Hadis will be back soon because I switched over while we were talking before. Fine.
Good job.
God damn it, I'm dumb as fuck.
Yes. But only sometimes.
But we're live, we're here, we made it. I'm gonna go scream in various chats that we're live. Alexa server. This server with a self-promo button. Let's go. Maybe one person will come from them, who knows. These are the mysteries. Also, got you guys leveled up, added all your stuff in, gave you your updated card stacks.
Yay.
Just looking at the...
Yeah.
There's so much recap art. So much. I just love looking at this table. And there is so much shit on it.
True.
Oh, also Squeaky, since I can't see over here. Over here?
Yeah.
Right
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Hi Phoenix Drop, how you doing? I hope you all have had a wonderful week and weekend so far. And that you guys will enjoy your 4ths tomorrow if you live in the States and indulge in the traditions that be. Be careful with your fireworks, the usual. Oh good, I have been given food. It's good. But yeah, how are you all doing today? I know, Squeaky, you almost died.
Yes.
Anthony is, as lively as ever.
I'm eating food.
Okay, he really is more lively. I was about to say, he's usually a necromantic construct, but he's ingesting something. Or maybe he's just role-playing Gorthos.
Go fuck yourself.
He's just doing some casual LARPing.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company.
Alright,
Is there a
with
rank?
that-
Dan!
Yeah.
Thank you for the raid! Yeah, you're here, good. I was about to be like, get the fuck in here.
Guys.
Never saw
I've been
this
here
come.
before the raid.
Like that. No, I can't hear people come in once OBS comes up.
Yeah, it's fair.
Hello, Raven. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. True adventures are
Hello,
about to
everyone.
transpire today.
I just sent the last image. I made it. I did the full recap.
Hell yeah.
Yay.
The last 3 images is just chicken scratch, but it's fine. I did it. Pee.
It's canon. That's all that matters.
There
Success
There
has
you go.
been initiated.
There you
Now,
go, Jake.
before
I
we-
sent you the thing.
Thank you. I'll take care of that later.
Yeah.
I'm still on the last paragraph of recap.
Alright,
Anywho.
Okay.
so we have to stall. It's alright, we can stall.
Wait, we're still in? Okay,
Huh.
fuck, I'll do another drawing. Heck yeah.
How about them bears?
Which bears?
Them bears.
The radioactive bears?
Don't talk about the
Bears.
radioactive bears.
Someone has to. It's a serious issue.
It's not! There's only like 3 of them. They just command the Omega Bear army.
Listen, it always just starts with just 3 bears, and then before
Who
you
the
know
fuck
it, you have
let
an
the
entire
UVA
coastline.
in here?
That is still one of my
Exactly,
favorite things
see?
in Starfinder. One of the optional races is being just an uplifted animal.
Yeah, you could just be an actual bear.
More games need the ability to play sentient animals.
I want to play a pygmy marmoset. It's like a pixie, but an ape.
I want to play an adorable sentient demonic dog.
Yeah.
Hi, Han. Hi, Shocky Fox. I mean, Vampire Lord Shocky Fox. And Phoenix Drop. That actually sounds terrible. I have only had sleep paralysis once in my life when I was little. where I woke up, I couldn't move, and there was a horror movie playing.
Oh.
I remember.
I get them every now and then.
I remember it very clearly because it was the Chucky horror movie. It was the toaster scene.
Oh my god. Child's Play is honestly the least scary movies.
But for a child.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, I was baby. I just see this
Yeah.
fucked up looking doll laughing maniacally while this chick's getting electrocuted to death.
There's like two things about Child's Play. Number one, who the fuck wants to buy a doll that looks like that?
Yeah.
Number two, like even before he gets all evil look, just in general, absolutely not. Number
lot of
two,
horror-
it's a fucking doll. Punt it.
Mainly gonna say, like, I don't know how old this movie is. It sounds like it might have been old, but a lot of horror movies, you kind of have to suspend your disbelief.
Yeah.
And
If
that's
you
the
don't-
problem, because it's just like, that... No.
It's that thing of horror movies. I'm either a bitch or I get very frustrated at how stupid everyone in it is.
Yeah.
it-
A lot
it
of horror
doesn't-
movies are that. Everyone's just fucking stupid.
everyone has extreme brain damage, and that's just it.
Everyone-
That's why the bad guy wins. It's just
Everyone's
I
just playing
thought
hot
I heard-
potato with the brain cell.
and
It's a
the
thing where it's like, I thought I heard something. I'm like, no, bitch, you heard someone call your name. I heard it. Why don't you say anything? It's like, what?
it's just like, I'm going to stab you. Man, that's weird. I think I heard the wind. Anyway, it's like a Bethesda NPC. It's like you're playing fucking Skyrim.
It's like,
No,
what do we
listen, it's
do?
like you're playing
Okay.
Hitman. You just shot somebody in front of somebody else, but they're just 3 inches off the screen.
No, listen, it's like Hitman. You just fire the gun 3 times, and the NPC's too panicked to notice you just shot one in the face.
I associate that the most with Metal Gear Solid.
Very true.
You just strap the fucking the jet
What
balloon to
was that
someone's
noise?
back.
Let's split up to figure out what's this noise.
All right, gang, let's split up and search for clues.
What are these footprints? 10
Ironic-
seconds later.
Ironically, when it comes to stealth games, back in the
Must
day,
have been the wind.
that was the most advanced thing. They could actually fucking follow your footprints.
I don't think they do that anymore, though.
Yeah, and,
The thing I could.
the reason they did it
never
in
do
the first Metal Gear is because you were in like a snow base.
Yeah, but I mean that's never in games where that is a thing, or just in general where you could track footprints. Like those things could be tracked. They don't do that.
Yeah, no, it's not a normal thing.
It's kind of sad. It'd be really interesting if you were like sneaking around in like let's just say actually Skyrim. If you're sneaking around a bunch of wizards, one of them just cast detect life, and like there's someone over there because you alert them, but they don't see you. Like that'd be interesting. Because you know that's a spell. That's a bitch level spell. I'm pretty sure that's apprentice. So like, yeah, wizards would know that,
Yeah.
especially necromancers. But no,
All
they don't.
right. 0 proofreading, but good to go.
Awesome,
Hey.
perfect.
Heck yeah.
All right, it's
Looks like
been a
it's
good
all
10
long
minutes,
enough.
by the way. Let's switch off onto this screen where we can once again enjoy this winter wonderland and all the beauty commissioned by Squeaky. But wait, what if? I lied, it's fucking summer. Let's go, squad!
Summer Squad, go.
Yo, listen, we got Kijo in here and look at her.
Yes.
Everybody, everybody, share the love. Praise Squeaky. She has done it once again. Brought to you by Erda, but Squeaky shelled out the money for this beautiful thing and did all like the framing.
They're so gorgeous.
It's so good. I love it. Look at little Mimi.
Boko's beak looks like it can kill.
Oh
Yes.
yes.
It is a
Yes,
weapon.
Yes,
This is legally considered a
Have
weapon
you?
now.
Chocobos live in a state of constant fear.
But look
You're
at
ready
me,
to
so
kill.
happy and innocent and alive, with nothing wrong.
Mhm.
Hammer. His age finally showing.
Is
it's
it?
not that. It's not just that he's great. He's not meant to be a white-haired pretty boy with buff, who's buff as fuck. He's meant to be old and wear a speedo because he has no shame.
And you know Sphere slipped the painter extra money to give him muscle definition.
He does have a -2 or something in strength.
His arms aren't strong, but I'm sure. But he is an athlete.
He's equally strong as old Mimi. It's great.
Yes,
Yeah, in an arm wrestling contest, Mimi has a solid chance of winning with him.
it's very funny.
It shames me how we aren't talking about the most important thing.
What?
That ass.
Thank you, Din.
Sakura's fat ass.
Look at that cake.
Listen.
Like,
That is a very responsible fuck.
holy crap. I think when it comes to just women's backsides, Erda just loves giving them cake because they did it with Polo too, and then I made it canon.
Sakura is a grown-ass woman in this, and speaking of grown-ass, wow.
Like, fuck!
That is some.
Sakura! Spring is in! Blow! No!
And you all thought it was just armor.
No, she's just thick as fuck.
And let's just all take a moment to appreciate Kijo's abs. This is what 20 strength looks like. This is what a +5 to your modifier looks like.
She has more definition than Nihilus.
Yeah,
And she
has a-
should.
she has-
She has a higher
She
strength
has-
score.
yeah, she has a higher modifier than Nihilus.
Also, Jake, I've added another one. It's in the group thing.
Oh, thank you.
Nihilus has a 4, Kijo has a 5.
Just yoink that real quick.
And then we got fucking.
Is it accurate or?
That's
So
Juliet.
funny.
Speaking of what a +5 strength looks like,
Yeah.
Oh, of course. We're gonna go away from this image for a bit because there are a few other things around the room that have been added. Like, for those of you on the Discord have already seen this, but officially added to the room. This is what +5 to your strength score looks like.
Yeah.
Praise it and fear it, because it can and will destroy you.
Everyone bring your cheese. You can grate it here.
And also, we got
Where you
Kijo
go to
swords.
grate your cheese.
you can.
They're very nice looking. I love them. They're so decorated. Beautiful.
Shiny stabby bits.
But abs.
Hmm.
Yes.
And then, did I add something else to the room? I think I did. I put it over here, I believe. No, okay, I'm high.
Hi.
So we're gonna take the winter one for its
Hi.
eternal glory in
Hi,
my
hi.
ring. Shrink it down very slightly.
I was just kind of like, man, we're a little off season. We're a little off season.
As now we have the seasonal accurate one here, which we may all wholesomely ogle for its artistic integrity and
I love
Nothing
Juliet
else.
shooting up into the air with her
Nothing
staff and then
else.
just fucking.
and nothing else. And nothing else.
There's another little fun fact,
I
but
know.
I only told Lynn about this, and it's on Kato.
I see.
No, Billy.
What? No, that's
s-
actually not it.
Oh,
I see. I don't see.
I do.
If anyone knows language of flowers, the flower that pattern that's on Kato's shirt, they're forget-me-nots.
Oh,
Ah,
Wonderful detail.
this fucking Trin's expression in this picture.
If anyone knows Squeaky, if there's ever a flower in anything she commissions, it's intentional.
It must be symbolic.
it's not that.
Yeah, you're-
what about the
you-
ones
you're-
on
you're-
Hammer then?
No, it's just a lay.
There's nothing.
you really like what Tenno did. Like for
Huh?
real.
What?
All the flowers.
Oh yeah, well, no, I love flowers in general. Utena was just fucking. That was a love letter to me. I fucking love obnoxious symbolism.
Yep.
Esoteric nonsense is my jam.
I love failing to wrap my head around things.
I like with Kijo's swimsuit, it was like, hey, so let's take this like skimpy one, and then let's turn up like the shrine maiden and the knots and the just there you go. Booba.
And like, damn, look at these thighs. They
Yes.
can kill someone.
Yeah.
Look at this. This will end a life. God, this just came out so
Can-
nicely.
Have.
It's just so cute. And, you know, on the more wholesome side, we just got Mimi over here looking happy for once in her life and meaning it.
Looking like she's about to dot, like do a fucking dot, it's like 6 swan dive off Boko's head.
And Juliet engaging
Yes,
in
she definitely
very,
jumped out of there.
very responsible use of magic.
I love how Juliet is always an agent of chaos in these.
It's great.
Just don't worry, fam. I got this. I'm gonna broomstick on my staff. Ah, God.
Check out Juliet with a tail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got her with the tail now. In the shot. This is what it's just been off screen this whole time, guys. Don't worry about it. But before we get into recap, very quickly, you guys are all level 6 now.
Yay.
Leaky, you got some new spells. You can also use every monster link you have now.
Hell yeah.
But your new spells are
Jesus Christ.
Fear, Dispel Magic, Aura of Vitality, and Fireball.
Woo!
So you can-
It's the one.
Make people shit themselves in fear. Heal everybody, or heal people with a bonus action. Say fuck you magic, or fuck everybody in this general vicinity with fire. And then also, again, you can use them all, so you have your goblin ones, your earth spirit ones, your Suzaku, and your Diabolos ones.
Actually, I don't remember ever having Druidcraft until now.
Yeah, it's been added in. I had it on the list, and I was like,
Oh.
wait. I think I took it off originally because I was like, I don't want to give you too many cantrips, but you know what? Fuck it. It's Druidcraft. Here you go.
Alrighty.
So now you got one more thing you can wiggle your fingers with.
She can make her own catnip.
Yeah, she actually can.
Whoa.
You see the
What?
seed. You can instantly make a flower blossom, a seed pod open, or a leaf bud bloom.
Fun.
But I have to find it.
You need a seed, yeah, but
Guess who brought a bunch?
I can't just wiggle my finger and catnip exists. I have to find the catnip seed.
yeah, they just carry it around. But what the you know there's a plateau covered in that shit.
Mimi has some.
And here you go, Lynn and Anthony, brought to you by Han with $12. Thank you so much, my lad.
Aw, thank you.
Hell yeah.
As yes, that's everything for Trin, along with multi-attack defense. So
Oh
if you're,
wow, thanks.
so if you get smacked, you get +4 AC for the rest of that creature's turn.
Whap.
Basically, if you get whapped, it makes it harder for you to get whapped again. And given how like fights go with more like a big guy that does a lot of whapping, seems good for you. Kijo is very straightforward. Kijo has more health, and now Bloodlust.
Wasn't that the default?
No, Bloodlust. Before that, she had Bloody Critical, which gave her crit range and extra damage on that critical. Now she has Bloodlust. When she kills somebody or crits, she can make an extra weapon attack against somebody else with advantage. 2 times a
Neat.
turn. Kijo can
Magnificent.
end lives even more effectively now. Nihilist, you have more health.
Yeah.
You can also now start upcasting your spells using a total of 4 dark side points. You got a new spell. You picked the Arms of Hadar.
Yeah.
Not Zelda related.
No relation.
As,
Wonderful spell.
as you can tentacle everybody within 10 feet of you.
I explode now.
And then also for your success with Ramu, you have Thunderstep.
I explode again, but I also teleport when it happens.
And you can take one person with you, so long as they're not over encumbered.
Yeah.
So like you and Trin just get surrounded by 100 dudes, you know, they're ready to like bitch slap you to death. You're just like, hey Trin, wanna see something funny? What? And then you're both gone.
Hey, Trent, you want to go on a trip? What? Just the crack of thunder.
And
I just got-
Beamy has more health. I added
Yay.
in your new anima abilities from the blessing, where you have Anima's empathy. 3 times a day, you can detect the emotional states of everyone within 20 feet of you, and this lasts for a minute. And you have, where did I put it? Bound in Chains. Once a rest, you can use the bonus action and make your speed 0, and pick somebody in 30 feet of you. They are restrained. They must make a DC 15 on their turn to try and escape. It's a strength DC. I forgot to put that little bit in. So you just point at somebody and say, you're restrained, which is great for Kijo, and Nihilus, and Trin. All you have
Hi.
to do is, while it's going on, stand still. It doesn't stop you from doing anything else, you just can't move during it.
I have put the summer art in the Discord for those who wish to see it more closely.
Beautiful. And
So
finally,
good.
you have Eyes of the Elementals. You can meditate for 15 minutes to get a geographical map of the area for a 2-mile radius around you. And you can see 120 feet in even magical darkness. So now you have dark vision. Congrats. I think almost... How much of the party has dark vision now?
What do you mean?
Oh,
Yes.
right, yeah. Half of the party has dark vision now.
I don't.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Half of the party.
The hell? Who the fuck has dark vision?
Trin.
I am Get. I see dark. I see in dark.
The
Thank you
dark,
so much
just
for
see
another 12 bucks.
Both the green eyeballs just shiny.
As Trin, here you go. 3 shinies brought to you by Han.
Oh, thank you.
And Din, here you go. 3 shinies brought to you by Han. And hold on a second.
Oh,
5,
you
6,
so
7,
much.
8. And then you're getting your three coins of bribery today.
Yes, all the coins.
So, Din, it's time.
Oh no.
It is time. Because you
Oh.
had 2 surges. They are gone now, along with 10 of these coins.
Oh no.
It is time to draw.
It's gonna be that thing that Trin always gets. There. That one.
The scroll.
Oh!
Trin got this a long time ago. It allows you to cast any spell. Also, basically, for how Trin used it, also like super narrative declaration, magical effect, to where Trin basically did super anti-magic,
Hmm.
to where all magic within like the radius shut down, even cursed items stopped working.
Neat.
Nice.
But yeah, basically you can use it to replicate a spell that would be appropriate for your level, so any 3rd level spells. But the much cooler part of it is the being able to induce a great magical effect.
Mm.
Honestly, given how things are, I think I might need to make this one a little fancier. But that's something I'll worry about at a different point.
Okay.
I might let you
Neat.
let it teach you the spell permanently too.
Oh.
Hmm.
Because to me that sounds way cooler than just you get to use a spell once. no matter what it is. While that's really good, I feel, given the donation factor of these, not good enough.
Hmm.
So I think I'm gonna boost this to be like, you permanently get the spell. Or you can do it narratively for like a great magic effect, kind of like what you do with the blessing. The difference is it's just like, it's pure magical bullshit. But yeah, enjoy that shiny card and your $1.
Nice, thank you.
Now then. Lynn, are you ready? As I do the thing.
I am, but you're not.
There we go.
What else?
I think we're ready.
There we go. Right then. As you're no doubt aware, the previous session was a fair but longer than usual. Not that I'm complaining, in fact please more, but be that as it may, in the interest of not spending over 15 minutes on recap, I'll be truncating events a bit more. So we begin last session with Mimi in Sad Girl Hours all woe is meing it up with her doomsday delusions, which Sakura shows up to once again make a vain attempt at getting through to her. Mimi feels guilty and relieved about this, which is weird but hey, guess she's starting to really form a connection with little Miss Taciturn. Then Hammer shows up, and this makes Mimi feel genuinely overjoyed. Wait no, that can't be right. Mimi actually feeling happy? That's some straight nonsense right there, something else is going on here. Turns out Madame Spudsley has been supernaturally bestowed with the power of vibe check, and is picking up the surface emotions in those around her. Maybe now she can finally learn how to read the room? Prospects unlikely. Kijo shows up and her vibes are all like rar but also re, so that's a thing, and speaking of things, Mimi shows off her tats, which makes Sword Lady Brain blast some memories and get real concerned about the Tiny's prospects after having entreated her god. After which they talked about family, or well, specifically the situation with Kijo's uncle Seiji, and how it feels to find someone thought lost. Turns out, it's complicated. It's wonderful beyond description to see them again, but grappling with the reality of that outcome gives rise to far less pleasant thoughts. Course, by this point the rest of the group had gotten real sick of waiting on the latecomers, deciding to go find these inconsiderate oafs who can't just let them have a nice meal around the table and talk about the future like a proper, respectable found family. Doesn't take them too long, but their harumphing is interrupted by an impromptu bit of show and tell, and a bit of a warning on the dangers of someone who denies their emotions and trauma being tethered to a god of anguish. She'll probably be fine until she isn't. Moving right along though, time to have that chat about where to next, and after some story time courtesy of Trin, the group decides to split up again before actually talking. I'll worry about telling you where when we get to it. For starters, Trin stays at the cart and contemplates the tales of her homeland, and getting distracted by the incredibly overt sexism evident within them. Nihilus went to a bar to get other stories. Seems like there's an epidemic in the city of summoners, or at least that's what people hear. Dark Knights are suspected of sedition and consorting with dragons. Sound dubious to me, but that's what he heard. The two Ari of the fairer sex go to Ramus Tower and uncover an ancient hidden temple to Kijo's forgotten god, utterly suffused in red mist, and Mimi goes to talk to Seiji about how Ohana means family, except he's pretty sure an Ohana is a flower and doesn't get what she's on about. Also he's pretty sure his remaining family members, it's funny to me that he thinks it's plural, think he's dead, and going back would just cause problems. That's 0 for 2 on Mimi talking stubborn people past their own baggage to just be happy. Wait. Sorry, 0 for 3, forgot about the mirror. Oh, also Seiji is being cagey,
slammed.
so Mimi consults Kato on how to proceed. Clearly the answer to this conundrum is to ask Dad, I mean Nihilus. And so they do, and Nihilus puts down his drink to get some work done. He tries the carrot for a bit, right up until Seiji lets slip the name of a bandit leader, and Nihilus eats said carrot before picking up the darkness-infused stick. Stick worked great. Guy's Corpse Brigade suggests Excalibur is probably floating around Pirate Island, and has had some contact with the Condemner. Also, I know it's a small detail, but Nihilus totally blew Kijo's cover, except not completely. Uncle doesn't know who is here, just that someone from his family is. Yay for gathering intel though. From there, we cut on over to Trin and Sakura, continuing to trade stories, and compare notes on the ones they both know. And there sure are a lot of notes. Sakura definitely doesn't remember all this nonsense about Suzaku being a perfect demure princess, or all this stuff demonizing all the women involved in their mythos. Patriarchal propaganda is strong in Doma, it seems. Oh, also Trin and Sakura both had imaginary friends, and Mini Eli recorded the entire conversation. Cut back to Kicho, but she just calls forth and communes with the manifested avatar of Anima, the bound beast, god of anguish and pain, while Juliet is rapidly succumbing to etheric corruption or whatever. I dunno, didn't seem important. Anyway, they do that and then head back to the group in what I'm sure was an entirely orderly fashion. Sakura had a snack, and it at this point that the group actually discusses where to go after this. And after Trin gets tired of Mimi's bullshit, she imparts that tiredness upon the potato by way of a 3rd level sleep spell. That out of the way, discussions go quickly, and it looks like the plan is Doma, or more specifically Bozja by way of Doma. Alright, huddle over, break. Trin goes off to bath naked under a waterfall. Kato goes to watch, not like that but probably also like that. As for Kijo and Nihilus, they hang back at the cart and have a talk about Seiji, the illusion of choice, the oft paradoxical nature of honor, and ending with talking somewhat past each other on when stops being human. Mini Eli also recorded this, so I guess someone could listen to Nihilus talk to himself with several long pauses, if they were so inclined. Be that as it may, remember what I said Trin was up to? Cutting over to that now. I could go on at length about the various ways in which the water interacts with her form in increasingly sensual, horribly indulgent detail, but as I'm not a male author, I'm only going to waste the time it took to cast this shade before moving on to the relevant aspects, because I have something called self-respect. Anyway, Princess Akabane beseeches her blood, at which Suzaku answers, giving truth to the lies of Doma's stories. Particularly her story, the story of a self-imposed exile who traveled the world, crossing paths with many divines of the world, gaining their wisdom, at times their boons, and returning to Doma to slay her tyrannical father. Of her lover, Ruby Kant, painted a demon in the tales, slain, revived, and now held beneath her shrine. Then of Trin's story, or rather, her mother's. Of a woman of Bozja ensnared, of trickery and corruption, of loss of love, freedom, and ultimately life. At its end, Suzaku bids Trin seek her path, to seek her in her shrine if she wishes for more, and, if she does, to please, save her Ruby Kant. Also Yamateas wants Trin to slap a baby in her, take that baby's body, and through its blood usurp the power of Suzaku. Yikes. And so we pick up with Mimi opening tired eyes in the middle of the night. Sakura still with her and very much alive, if sleeping. And so, Mimi sets out a cupcake, which you've been seeing in the recap at several points, and wishes her Uncle Nay a happy birthday. Finn.
Thank you for all that, and thank you for the shade thrown mid recap. Very much appreciated.
He.
So, I was going to give you more coins because you have done art and it was uploaded. Do you want the surge, or would you like to be kept at 9?
Gib Surge Plox.
Alright. You will keep 2 coin. And I'll just steal 1 from Nihilus.
Hey.
There we go. Duplicated. Replicated. Perfect. As you have embraced your powers. And very quickly, blah, 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 we're just gonna line all these up and get them out of the way, and we'll worry about organizing them at a point that is not now. As hello guys, it is time. Oh yeah, one last thing. Say hello to Kijo. Say hello to Kijo. Say hello to Kijo. Say hello to Kijo.
Hello.
I took 5 minutes to unite all of the Kijos.
Yay.
As now, Lin may Lin may toy with this at will.
But this was done already. Am I going crazy?
No, 2 of them were put together.
Oh.
Oh.
Because every time you create state, it deletes all the old states over it.
Mm.
It's really annoying. Like, I don't know of a way where you can just slap an extra state on it. You have to do it all from scratch. But yes, where we left off, Trin, you had communed. Was there anything else you wanted to do with the day, or was your aim after this to go to the tavern or cart and rest?
I had like a mouthful of pizza for a second. I'm just like, after taking a bit to put their clothes back on, there's a little bit of a forlorn look to them as they eventually let Kato know that they can look now.
Oh, good. That's very good. Anyway, how did everything go?
About as, well as I had hoped. I've got a lot of thinking to do. And before I really think about what should be done, I should really see to the state of Derma.
Well,
As much as I wish I didn't have to do that right away.
there, as far as we know, isn't that much of a rush, but no matter what trouble we run into, I'll be right there with you, right?
Thank you. I'll try not to make it, be for naught.
With everybody here, I'm sure it'll be nothing less of a total success.
Let's head back to the tavern. I'm getting a little bit, peckish.
Now that you mention it, I could use something to eat.
Mm-hmm.
As, you start heading back, Kato will, brazenly offer a hand,
She'll take it.
and he will just hold hands. Very wholesomely.
After a bit, she'll just take his arm.
Just the whole arm.
Yeah.
Listen, if you're not gonna advance this, I will. As Nihilus, Kijo, technically Mimi too, during the night, you did what you did, but did you want to do anything else while it was dark out?
She would pass out again.
Okay.
She would just like take 2 bites of her cupcake and just.
As you start enjoying your cupcake before darkness retakes you with a splatter of cupcake
Yep.
all over poor Mimi's face.
Just on top of the desk, just half sitting down on the bed.
Nihilus? During the day, was there anything else you wanted to do, or did you want to wait until tomorrow?
Besides getting Eli to delete whatever the fuck he was recording.
Alright, give me an intelligence check.
I can't just ask him.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, do you know how to ask him?
Probably not.
As, with a
14.
13 plus 1. It, takes you a good while of fumbling around with him. As you're like, Eli, delete that. Delete what? Delete that recording. Which recording? Which recording? What do you mean, which recording?
How long have you been doing this? How many recordings do you have?
Oh god.
You could always just take him to Trin and be like, delete the evidence!
But ultimately, after a few like roughly a half hour of painfully troubleshooting the baby, you are able to get him to delete the recording he did today, because it was just one really long recording.
I just wanted to get rid of the stuff I was talking about. Yeah.
This recording has been deleted. Is there anything else I can help you with today? Nihilus.
No. No.
Okay.
Hey.
As with your mission succeeding, it stares off into the distance with empty eyes, waiting to be engaged again.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with that with little Eli. That's all I wanted to do before night fell. Anything I want to do tomorrow.
As you'll set Eli in the cart and go to rest yourself.
Night, little Eli.
I don't sleep! But you rest well. Recharge your energy reserves. It's very important.
Yeah, you're right. I'll do my best.
Raise the Empire!
I like you, little Eli. I really do.
I like you too,
Aw.
is what I'm programmed to say.
Oh. Close enough.
As you'll head to the tavern to rest, eventually Trin and Kata will come in to get some eating done themselves. As Kijo, you're gonna go find Juliet and Hammer. As you will also be making your way to the tavern. It is not that hard to find them as you go inside. Hammer was kind of resting down in the lobby. He had a drink in hand. And also, I just realized this was not on randomize. There we go, fixed it. If you are looking for Juliet specifically, he'll point you upstairs and basically tell you which room, which was the room you two shared last night. As you'll go up, Juliet is out cold in the bed. Hat gone. As the recap art very clearly shows, there is no hat here, and thus
No
it
hat.
always was. As, would you just like to watch over her? Would you like to try to wake her? As Kijo, you look over her, giving her an examination. She feels a lot cooler. She still has, like, a little bit of sweat going on, but Hammer seems to do his best to wipe it off. As you go to check her pulse, it doesn't seem abnormal or anything from your own experiences. All of the labored breath, the faint pulse, the sweating. As you look over Juliet, taking some time to contemplate. As you take a hand over to her horn and take off her link pearl. Alright. You have taken off Juliet's link pearl. As you switch masks. You put on Yojimbo's mask, the legendary Mask of Legend that is iconic of the man, besides his everything actually. He's pretty just iconic in his own right with his giant colorful hat and very eye-catching clothing. But as you don his mask, what would you like to do with it? As you're leaving through the window? As all right. Kijo, you go to the window of the room. You open it up. You're inside, so even if it was locked, it's just as simple as like flicking a latch. And you head out. Is there anything where in particular you're going this evening? Ah, I see. I see. As you start making your way to the infirmary. As you step inside, the place, given it's a little bit past sunset, has toned down. Less white mages and nurses around. Patients are asleep. As I assume you will flag somebody down and they'll motion you towards Seji's room. As you take a step inside. As you look at him, he very much resembles the man you knew. He's still a little withered, but not completely. It's only been a day, so only so much could have been done for him so quickly, but he's looking a little better than he did before.
Room still smells of poop.
No, they took care of that. They prestidigitationed the crap out of this room.
Gotcha.
Literally, they prestidigitationed the crap out of this room. As after a little bit, he seemed to have his eyes closed, but as you lean against the wall, you watch over him for a bit as you see one of the eyes slowly open. Oh, Kami saved me. You're one of their band, aren't you? Is there something I can do for you? As you're able to quickly surmise, he was trying to fake it for a little bit. As you stare at him, he'll look at you, and let's give him a roll. Oh, alright. Is there something you actually want, or did that Dark Knight just send you here to intimidate me more? I don't have anything left to tell you. As you stare him down for a bit, him very confused until you toss the link pearl. Earring. He starts fumbling with it a bit. You want me to put it on? Alright. I have anything to lose. As he'll fumble around with it a bit, and then after a little bit, a brief wince as he latches it onto him. Is this thing working? Don't understand why you wanted me to put on a piece of jewelry. As Indomin, you say hello. Oh. Alright, I understand how this works now. Hello. Who are you? Kijo of the Yoka. As he seems to pause as you introduce yourself. Kijo of the Yokai. I've heard of your band. You've done some good work that the Corpse Brigade appreciates, so thank you. And thank you for helping me get my senses back. As you continue to stare him down, he kind of blinks a little. He doesn't seem to register anything in particular about you. If exchanging pleasantries was all you wanted, again, thank you for your help. I'll be needing to get on my feet as I'm able. As you ask, the brigade has done much as well. You wish for similar things, do you not? If by that you mean a better Doma, yes. I want it to be a better place. As after he looks around a little bit, he starts fumbling with the earpiece. He seems to struggle with it at first, as you just hear like hello and a few like jumbled thoughts. They're pretty incoherent. I want to see the royal families head on pikes. I want to see the shogunate burnt down. I want to see those nobles brought low, so that no one has to suffer like they've had before. As you answer using the link pearl, as do I. I wish to see them shriven and drawn for the masses, made to bleed as we have bled, as our families have bled. As you mentioned that, he seems to think for a moment before looking over at you again. Is that you? Are you the family that's still alive? I thought it would have been Yuto, not you. I guess that's the lessons of Doma showing, isn't it? Lessons I have been taught are horrendously wrong. as you just stare him down. He eventually is able to pick up on it as he looks away. I don't think I have the right to ask what has happened to our family, do I? As you take off the mask, Tadaki was killed 3 years after you disappeared. As you can see on his face, he was exhausted and very, what's the word? His expressions and feelings are very transparent. He does not seem to be in the state of mind to protest you or anything. There was a time I should have thought better. 3 years after I left. Atsuki was never found. I doubt his fate mirrored yours. I don't think it did either. From my knowledge of the Corpse Brigade, which, well, isn't all-knowing, obviously. I've not heard of him being in our ranks. No, I've not heard a word of him since. Nor any of you. Every time I thought to inquire, it felt wrong. As you whisper into his mind, I'm sure it did. You were the sort to believe such things. I had... No. They tell us not to worry about the past. We've died, or that's right. That's what the Corpse Brigade is about. I wish things could have... Well, it's all the more reason to keep working towards this. What's right, even if it hurts. As you can see him deflate as you go to close your eyes and give him a solemn nod in return. As you reply with, "It is wise to do so. Conviction is necessary." At first, it was just giving back what they gave me, but traveling, seeing this empire, the Republic, the rest of the Alliance, things are so rotten everywhere. I just wish I was stronger to do something about it. That's why I tried to put on that armor. I don't actually know if that turned out as intended. I think potentially no matter who put that on, that might have happened. But what of your own path? You have clearly become someone strong. As you rebut with, I do not believe that armor would have served our goals. I hoped at the time. Clearly, its power couldn't be directed by me. I could have only hoped the Condemner had a means to direct it. Maybe I was directed here and I just don't remember. My group was assigned to disrupt the Imperial occupation of the southern cities. Even if they've been in the Empire for years, that doesn't mean they've accepted it. It would have raged as you do, but we both know who bears the brunt of indiscriminate violence. Ugh. That's true. I would have barely been a mad dog on a leash. But you stopped that with your friends, correct? Again, thank you. I hope you've been well. As you reply with, I know not if we are friends, but we did stop you. Oh, that armor was meant to be able to take on legions. Cut through mages like they were nothing, so you clearly work well enough together, or maybe you're all just strong on your own. If you are just that powerful, I'd ask you lend it to the brigade. They're in sore need of people with such monumental strength. But that's also selfish of me to ask, given the times, who you are, and how feeble I am. I do not disagree with the brigade's desires. But you also aren't one of them. I do not curse you for joining them. There was no home for any of us in Doma. I wish Doma could have been more peaceful. But under that man, he did everything his heart desired. We were just his servants. which I believed at one point. Not anymore. Have you heard of Doma of recent? As you ask that, he blinks a few times. Not much. From what I've heard of the Corpse Brigade, things are strained. The Regent and the Shogunate seem to have a tense relationship. Nobles are wondering where things are going to fall. The people being more restrained than ever. From what I understand, it echoes out of the capital to Kagane, Volzhna itself even. Though the people there are perhaps more excited for the situation. There is certainly a healthy contingent of the Corpse Brigade there that would love to see this emperor and their bloodline ended. As you give him a nod while he is rambling a little, explaining these things, going into like unnecessary little tidbits. Given who you are, he seems not afraid. Definitely sullen is painted on his face, but he's being a lot more open with you than you imagine the others from what you heard. Of course, I point these out for a purpose. I understand your anger, your desire, your hopes. However, the brigade would have you butcher your own, and that I cannot condone. I don't believe that was ever the plan. But I can't argue that so many of the brigade are a foolish lot. We do our best to just grab any edge. We should have thought more about that armor before we put it on. I know not if they require strength. It appears they are becoming desperate and forget the power they have. As he furrows his brow a little. Our strongest advocate in the Empire is gone. The Republic's been much less generous with its weapons lately. And we find ourselves thinner in number every day. If we have power, I don't know what it is. At least from my time here fighting mad sorcerers. Few stout hearts and sharp sticks only seem to be so useful. You chase many hounds and lack focus, though it is the nature of the organization. It's to ensure our survival. If you rip up one branch of us, well, there's always more. Somewhere else. Ready to remind people with the will to try. We can keep fighting. As you shake your head, he looks at you for a moment and then just kind of looks down, fiddling with his hands. Well. I don't know anymore what to do. I have no idea where those who were with me are. I should probably start looking for a new group to join up with. As you start walking over, he doesn't seem to take notice until you're right over him. But I hope you've been well. Perhaps you should. What would you do? As he looks up at you, his brow furrowing as he seems to be straining to come up with an answer. Keep fighting for what's right. Try and help other people find that spark. You're in no state to fight, and will not be for some time, so what will you do? The brigades taught me there's more ways to fight than with a blade. Sure, I can rally someone. Maybe not here, but somewhere. There are, but are you versed in them? As he sighs. I'm not an expert. But maybe a passion story. And for what would you have them fight? I'd have them fight for their people. Throw off these sorceress kings and men who robbed them of their voices. But I guess right now all I can do is lay here and hope. Hope something happens. Are there people? Too vague. You have manpower. It's your strength. That is what I mean when I say you lack focus. As he looks up at you again. Then, what do you think we would do? Should do? What do you think the path forward is? If I'm so unfocused. If you desire success, you need a good direction. You need a goal you can achieve. Right now, I'm not a leader. I wasn't before, I just... Making plans was never my specialty. Not for me to tell you your path. However, it is not like you to be so lost. Well. Our last plan was to convince the white mages to the far east of here, or sorry, far west of here, that the Republic was planning to make moves on them, smuggling in weapons, arming local criminals. Our leader and everyone involved was killed by that knight in your service. It was our job to try and instigate the Empire and Republic. Not the first time. But I don't know anymore. I've been at this for a long time, as you know. And it still seems as far away as ever. As you reply with, "No, it is not." He just lets himself sink into the bed and fall back a little. I believe it is closer now. Is it? But you haven't the eyes to see it. Maybe not. Maybe age is starting to get to my vision. Despite what you might have thought, I was never good at the long plans. At the long plans, I just always did what I thought was right in the moment. You seem a man waiting for death, more than a man who hungers for liberation. That armor took a lot out of me. I don't know the path anymore. I hope I put my trust in those who lead us. And try to offer them my voice when I can. That armor was supposed to be an asset to change things, but as you said yourself, it's outside of our means to control. As you give him a nod. But if you can forgive this tired old man, the philosophy aside, I hope we can still succeed. I want I want a place where you can be happy. As you respond with, "Forgive you, no. There's much that happened in your absence that can never be undone. But I don't hate you." No. I did not mean that kind of forgiveness. And it's nothing I should ever ask for. Given that you're here alone, I can only imagine what happened. But it's all the more reason for me to keep fighting, at least. To push for that place where whatever's happened doesn't happen again. Make sure it's worth something, right? As you look down at him, I would also see you happy, healthy. I look into your eyes and see once bright lights now dim, hollow. Perhaps it was the armor, but I believe it was brought you. It was brought you. It was what brought you to put the armor on. I'm very sorry. My tongue decided to commit seppuku. Maybe. But enough of the circle of words. I offer you 2 paths. As you say that, he'll look up at you. You wish to return to the brigade? I will see you there. If you would return to Doma to see what has come of it, I will see to that as well. As you see him look down thoughtfully for a moment. I think once I'm well enough to travel, I will return to Doma. I think I need something to remind me of why I've been doing this. Looking at you is a reminder. But I want to still do what's right. I think I'll head home and maybe from there I can join a more local brigade. But if the reason I didn't is a vain attempt to try and keep you safe, to fight on another front and believe that others would be fighting on mine. Maybe a little selfish or stupid. I don't know anymore. But I don't want to just give up. I don't think I could live with myself if I did at this point. As you give him a nod. There is no home waiting for you, but I believe Tadaki, I'd like to hear your words, and another home can be made. You're right. If I may rest a little. These mages certainly have their magic, but still I feel so tired. As you put the mask back on, of course, he'll go to take off the earring and hand it back to you, if you'll accept it. Thank you. Please, stay alive and find happiness. As selfish as it is for me to ask such a thing. As he'll start sinking into the bed and close his eyes. As underneath your mask, hidden away by the emotionless face of Yojimbo, you have a very mixed expression underneath. As you'll make your way out. As I take it you'll be heading back to the tavern? That you will be embracing the darkness? And just on your way back, you happen to trip over $120 from Crazy Fox for
Jesus
Kijo
Christ.
and Boko.
Oops.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me give upgrade Boko over here. No, Dark Boko doesn't have a number on it. All right, Boko +6 now.
Hey, did you get the link pearl back from your uncle?
Yeah, you ended it back.
Oh, okay. I missed that part.
Thank you so much, Crazy Fox, you mad lad and treasure.
Thank you.
As you go on a walk, you happen to trip over a card. As shuffle as much as you like and then take. As
Hey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
As with this,
There.
it has been mentioned when Anthony drew it. You may play it to influence an individual to make them a staunch supporter of your cause. There's also a little more to it, which I had forgotten to mention the first time it was drawn. I know I mentioned it to Anthony off screen when I was reading the notes in depth on how they work. It can also be used to create an ally. As Kijo, you'll be walking around for a bit. Again, there is
Could it be one of those magic fox? I call him crazy.
The exact nature of such an ally would be discussed outside of it. As in the tavern, Nihilus, Trin, you both went down to get a little something to snack on. Hammer was also there, having his own drinks, as Kato came back with Trin. While you guys are in the tavern proper, was there anything you wanted to do or talk with each other?
Trin will be mostly quiet.
As you'll have your drinks, you'll have your meal. Nihilus, you'll have your drinks, you'll have your meal.
Mm-hmm.
Kato will do the same. Hammer will be doing the same. As all of you, I'm guessing exchange, like, very light small talk, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Before going to rest. As Kijo, you'll eventually return to the tavern to get some rest for the night. As will you be going to your own room, or yeah, that's what I thought. Just wanted to give you the chance to demand it, as you either through the window or up the stairs, depending on how radical Kijo's feeling at the time.
Right.
Return to the tavern and get some rest. Alright. You parkour your way back up to the building through the window, because Kijo just needs to flex even when there's nobody to flex on. As night will come, what Mimi experienced last game will transpire, as she returns to sleep. As morning will come. As we'll start with Mimi, given you've been unconscious for a long ass time. As you are woken up by something being smeared across your face. As you wake up bleary-eyed to a Sakura, not right in your face, but pretty close, with a rag in her hand, as you notice little bits of cupcake icing being wiped off onto it.
Sakura?
As you ask that, you also realize, after a lovely, healthy night of sleep, you are no longer constantly feeling what everyone is feeling.
Yay. My feels. Wonderful.
Yes, you are the only feels inside of Mimi again. Oh, you poor soul. Good morning.
Morning.
Were either very fussy last night, or woke up to try and do something before. Well, she motions to the mushed cupcake.
Oh. Oh shoot, I didn't. I think I fell asleep eating.
You did.
Huh. Well, sorry for having you clean up. Thank you though. Yeah, I just, that was something I wanted to do yesterday. I kind of managed to wake up in time to do it though. You sleep well?
I slept well enough.
She'll nod like sort of like asleep still, and then slowly, like her eyes will open again. Like, wait, I've been sleeping here. You're okay, right?
Yes.
She looks around. Nothing's happened. Okay.
Yes, you
Okay.
you spent the night here. You seem to have destroyed a cupcake, but otherwise no, there are not animated corpses, darkness unbound.
Wonderful.
Sakura seems her usual flat-faced self.
She'll calm back down. Stretch. Okay, well, neat. Have you had breakfast, or you just have been hanging out here?
I thought it was best to wait for you, so we could maybe have breakfast together.
Sure. Wait, have I been drooling? Oh no. Oh no, you didn't see me. Oh.
You're fine.
Oh. Okay, well, let's go have breakfast.
Right.
She'll leave the flower crown over the cupcake that was still sitting beside the smooshed one.
As you leave
she'll
the
just take
cupcake and
care.
flower crown, you'll go down for breakfast. Let's just throw you over here for right now. Nihilus, you wake up. It's another wonderful day. You are horrifically alive still. Anthony?
Yeah, my mic wasn't working. I'm good now.
Yeah. Is there anything you wanted to do? Go down for breakfast?
Grab something quick, and then he's gonna go back to that library.
So you'll be making your way down.
Mm-hmm.
Hammer will groggily be making his way out of bed behind you. Not like in your room, but like, coming out of his own room. As Trin?
I was actually gonna say that Trin probably either ended up not falling asleep right away or even waking up really early because they didn't sleep well.
Mhm.
Because they've got a lot on their mind.
We'll go with, if you wanted to go out or do anything like that, we can go with waking up early.
No, they didn't want to go anywhere. They just didn't sleep
Okay.
fully. Or it was just not good sleep.
Nah, I get you. Alright, I understand. Sorry, I was just making sure for if it was, you wanted to do something thing or not.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you, had a bit of a rough sleep. With all the things from, Matea saying hello, to, communing with Suzaku, to, hearing all the myriad problems of the world. You've had a lot on your mind.
Mm-hmm.
As, we'll say you woke up early, as, despite your, own lack of restful sleep, Kato seemed to be sleeping very well, as he cuddled up. You noticed, like, in his sleep, a little bit of him absent-mindedly rubbing his face against you.
Yeah, he did that, didn't he?
As you're laying there. Unless you want to try to escape Kato's grasp, you're going to be dealing with a sleepy boy aggressively cuddling.
They would have tried to like freaking cat slink out of his arms upon waking up and being like, yeah, I can't sleep.
As give me a little dex roll. Wait,
Yeah.
where'd all these coins come from? Oh, I think I
don't know.
absolutely
No, that's a 5.
as a 5 with your acrobatics of also 5. That in total is a 10 still. As you're trying to fumble and snake your way out, you eventually do. It takes you much longer than you expect, as when you try to, Kato in his sleep just unconsciously reasserts himself as you feel him like tightening his grip, trying to pull closer.
It's like wib. It's like every just little bit. It's like after every minute they're like wib, bull,
Well,
wib,
well,
bull. Like just very like slowly, excruciatingly slow, just inching out. It's like when someone's in bed and you try to get in the bed, but like you don't want to wake them up, so you go like painfully slow to make as little movement and disturbance as possible. So it's just that very slow wibbling out until
as,
they are free.
as during that, there's again some Kato coddling, little mumbles from him, just like, I'm sorry, I had no idea catnip was so. Maybe next time, nice cafe. And more statements like that, pretty mumbly, nonsensical. Though you are able to piece together what he's referring to.
Trying to stop the fucking tsundere panics from going off and then going into like quick wibbling out, because it's just like, no, keep calm, calmly wibble.
As you
calmly
escape
wibble.
his grasp.
Here's the thing, it doesn't mean they're going anywhere. They just don't want to be squeezed while they can't sleep.
No, it's completely understandable, but you escape his grasp. You have still a good chunk of bed to yourself.
Yeah, they'll just probably just be like sitting on the bed, like staring at the ceiling or just staring off, like in their head.
As eventually you hear, "Oh, good morning."
You talk in your sleep.
Oh, do I? It must have been something very inspiring, I'm sure.
It was actually quite risque and bold of you to say such things.
What?
I didn't think you'd the kind of person that had it in you.
Oh god, no, I didn't, right?
Makes me really wonder if all that innocent ploy is just for show.
It was not, I couldn't... Rin,
You're such a pervert.
I am not!
Just like reach a hand, like scruffle his hair a little bit. Yeah, I'm lying again.
Oh. If I'm talking in my sleep, I don't know what I say. The idea... What did I say?
Do you really want to know?
Probably not.
Nothing you haven't already said before, Gordo. It's fine.
Well then. We should get ready for a new day of adventure, right? Usually... you wake up early? You're usually more tired than this.
I found it a little bit hard to sleep. Thankfully, you were a little bit easy on me and let me go for a moment. Didn't want to wake you. Just because one of us isn't feeling that great doesn't mean they should ruin the other's sleep.
What's the problem? Does it have to do with yesterday?
A little bit. I'm still making some sense of it. A lot of bees buzzing in the head. It'll
Well,
be fine.
give me some bees. There's nothing going on up here, right? As he taps the side of his own head. Plenty of room for bees.
I'm still sorting a couple things out. We still have to think about where we're going from here. I have a few suggestions, so it's also thinking of a good way to bring it up with everybody. If we're not heading to Shiva's, then maybe we could pay a visit to Suzaku.
Not a... Sounds like a plan. Should, I guess, head downstairs so we can head everyone off, right?
Don't you like the sound of that? In a way, it's like meeting my mummy. Don't you want to make a good impression? I would approve of you.
I'll need to find nice clothes for it then. We're going to think of it that way.
She's just gonna scruffle his hair again. You look fine.
But I'm in jammies.
And are you going to see Suzaku in those?
No? That's... I'll get some nice clothes. Do up my hair, maybe? I don't know.
You've already got a pretty nice ensemble. I like to think the jammies are just for me.
Alright then. You think it's fine?
We'll see what happens. I don't know what we're gonna see there. But you're fine with what you've got. I don't think she'll be the type to truly think too much about that.
Alright. Well, let's see what we can do before everybody gets going, right? As you two will pick yourselves up, get ready, you'll head downstairs. You'll be able to catch Nihilus and Hammer as they're both getting something to eat. Nihilus seeming ready to run out the door. Mimi and Sakura having a nice breakfast. As finally, Kijo. I take it you were sleeping on the floor again?
Come on, the bed's gotta be big enough for 2 people.
Oh, it definitely is.
If Trin and Kato can share the bed, then definitely they can share a bed.
It's that question,
No,
does
come on.
Kijo want to? That's the true question. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Please, tell me, what are we going to do? Evens beds, odds, she grabs a blanket for the floor. Alright. Damn.
I was gonna say, just cut the bed in half and move it a little bit and just sleep like Utena and Anthe did. Just cut the bed in half. You have a sword, you can do it. You have 3.
Just divide the bed. Engage
Yeah.
in math. As Kijo, you are sleeping on the floor. You had a nice blanket. As you are woken up. Not abruptly or viciously. Somebody is touching you, lifting up your head. That bed was specifically an allegory for being close, but unable to be actually intimate. God damn it. Listen, I'm sure there are multiple essays on all of the references and symbolism in Utena. Maybe one day we'll have a Squeaky will make a stream of that.
Of what?
Okay.
Dissecting Utena and all
Nah,
of its
that's too
symbols.
long. That's too long. I don't think people care enough.
But yes, Kijo. You feel somebody lifting your head. As you startle awake, you hear a little ah! As you see Juliet up, hatless. Just for reference, hatless. There is no hat. And she is holding a pillow. As she seemed to be trying to sneak it under you. Good morning. As you look over at her and raise an eyebrow, as put on Kijo 3 so you can see the face. you looked a little uncomfortable on the floor for the second night in a row, so I thought, hello, be a good idea. She smiles. Hey, as you start standing up, you start checking her over, fussing with her. Relax. I'm okay. I felt a little sick and woozy and heavy, and then it just kind of hit me all at once. I didn't think it would be that bad down there. I still don't really know what caused it. But I'm fine now, see? I clearly just needed some fresh air. It was probably just a little too moldy down there for me. As you give her a vague expression. Did you find what you were looking for down there? You can give me a sleight of hand. Given it's basically an earring, you're gonna need a really good roll. As, let us see what fate brings. As a 12 plus 2 with a 14, you're able to bring a hand up as she's like, oh, listen, I said I'm fine. Ah! As it snaps back in. Ow. Come on. Don't. Wait. Did you take my link pearl? I mean, I guess I wasn't using it. Thanks for giving it back. As, you look away from her. So, now that I've got it back, what happened? You get everything you needed down there? Figure anything out? As you look back at her. Thing, I did. You did? What was it then? Come on. I really want to know. Was it, I mean, you always said it was a demon. Was it like Diablo's kind of demon? Was it kind of your monster kind of demon? Was it like oh wait, no, you don't know Bolus. Was it mischievous? Serious? As you little laugh, she offers a little smile. Well, I mean, if you're able to laugh about it, that's a good start, right? So, yeah, what happened? I was hoping to look it over a little more myself, but after I started feeling sick. As you answer with, it was the bound god, and I know her name now. Oh, you know her name? What? Wait, it's a her? Oh, okay, so it's a her, and what is her name? Or at least, the name of her avatar. Her name is Anima. As she thinks about it for a moment. Anima. I feel like I've heard that before. I can't remember where. I feel like I have. I don't know. Neat though. Guess you got a little more intimate with your deity, right? That's always a good thing. I hope. Usually a good thing around here, even if you're if Ifrit likes you. As you watch her thinking and rambling over, and give her a little smile as she looks back. What? I mean, did it go that well? Also, where's my hat? As she tries to smile back, giving a little joke of her own, as you let out a sigh in a more serious expression. You almost died. I did? How? I mean, I know the place wasn't the nicest looking. It was kind of spooky with the red glow and crystals, and the air was a little heavy. But what happened? As she pauses, the gears grind in her head. The miasma corrupted your body, tainted your being. Oh. The air wasn't red because of the light. Oh. It was not. As she looks down. Clearly, what took care of it? Mostly from what I've heard, that stuff kills you inevitably, unless something's done about it. The Sin Eater. The Sin Eater, you answer with as she blinks a few times. Oh, Sakura. Oh, right, she kind of, I mean, it was darkness, not the mist. But I guess the mist is kind of darkness? I don't actually know. Most people don't know anything about it, other than, well, it's lethal, maddening, etc. I'll have to thank her. What about you, though? I mean, it didn't affect you? As for your hat, it remains within the temple. I didn't have time to fuss over it. I'm sorry. Oh, no, it's just a hat, right? Not gonna miss it or anything. It's not like a memento I've had since I was a little kid or anything. As she fiddles with her thumbs before smiling. No, I'm just kidding. It was just a hat. Nothing special about it. No. It isn't, I swear. No need for you to go in and retrieve it. Otherwise, it is replaceable. You are not. No, that's completely true. Sorry. I shouldn't be making light of this, should I? I didn't notice. I should be more observant in the future. But you're fine? You're okay, right? It didn't mess with you too much? Or did it? Seeing how you got me out of there, at least you seem to be the more coherent of the two of us. The damage to me was done long ago. As her expression droops a little. Right. Sorry. You told us a bit about that. As you hold up a hand of, it's fine. But, what did you learn? Or, was it just a name? Was there anything else? We saw the symbols, we saw that giant anchor. There... Nothing else? I learned that Anima is bound to keep the Great Will from being whole. Excuse me? What is that supposed to mean? The Great Will isn't whole? It means the Great Will is fragmented. I know not how. Okay. Assuming that's correct. I've never heard anybody talk about the Great Will or say anything like that. Do the others know? How? As you mentioned, but I did learn how the bindings may be severed. As she asked about the others, you shake your head in response. We should probably go tell them this, right? That seems like a big deal. At least, given everything we were raised to believe, the Great Will is supposed to control fate and everything. I've entrusted you with this. You may do with it as you see fit. You fought to learn it. But what do you think we should do with this? I mean, you also fought to learn it. It was foolish, but I would not deny you the fruits of your endeavor. Well, I didn't think the place would be covered in red mist like that. I should have noticed, I guess. You didn't think to tell me when your body started to fail. I mean, I let you know when I was winded. No, you're right. I should have mentioned that I was feeling strange more. You're right. I just thought it would be fine. It was just a little bit of exhaustion. I didn't think it was a big deal. I should have thought more of it. As she pouts a bit, a little defiantly as you give her a pat on the head. Well, what do you think? Your band wishes to slay scions, and it appears the Great Will's linked to them, as it is Anima. Well, I guess, yeah, if they're cast down gods, they would be made from the Great Will. Just kind of like, how, well, every deity is, I guess. I also know it is possible to kill them. You do? How? That's been a big hurdle for us for a while, is the how part. I don't know how, but I know it can be done. Oh, well, I guess knowing how is a lot more complicated. At least it can be done, right? And in a way, that's the first step. And we just have to figure it out from there. Well, I guess, you should probably keep this under wraps for a little bit, at least until we're out of town. I think hearing some of things like, you know, the god of all that is fragmented and not a whole being for who knows how long might be a little disturbing to people. And also heretical. Not impossible, knowing that it's worth a great deal. Yeah, we've been kind of working under the assumption it's possible either way, but we never actually knew, so... I guess how is the next step? I would not be given a task that was not within my means. No, of course not. They would never be so foolish or inconsiderate, I guess is a better way to put it. So I believe the answers will find me in time. Yeah. Thank you, for getting me out of there. It's nice knowing somebody so strong's watching my back, right? As she like does a little fist bump on your shoulder. You don't feel it. She has the arm strength of an infant. As you offer her a smile, she smiles back. I guess since we're both up, we're not gonna need this pillow anymore, as she throws it back on the bed. Let's go get some breakfast? As your smile widens mischievously, Juliet blinks. Why are you... oh gods. Kicho, what are you doing? As you pluck her up and start going down to meet your morning routine. As on your way down, you will, see everyone going to get their breakfasts, the things like that. Are you going to go over to them, or does anybody want to flag down Kijo?
Good morning.
As you do see also a conscious Juliet.
Alice. Sleeping Beauty awakens and happily married.
No, oh no. As you all hear. Hi, Juliet's alive. Also, she's tiny. We're doing exercises. See you in a bit.
Normally the honeymoon's the other way.
I don't want to run around though, Kijo. Don't make me, please.
Is Juliet feeling... Is she alright? Are you okay?
You heard her, Kata.
I think Keisha will go easy on her. It's her first time. She says out loud. Be gentle.
It is not!
Hey,
As you'll take Juliet to do morning routine.
you
As
heard her.
I'm going to roll how she does with the morning routine with disadvantage.
What do you mean you heard her, Kato? What?
I think that was a response when you said that honeymoon's usually the other way.
Oh.
For that brief moment, Kato sputters obliviously, like, "What? Of course, I heard. Yes, I was listening." As you are going to have Juliet engage in morning exercises with you. It does not take long for her to become an exhausted mess, sputtering and gasping for air.
She gonna wish she was dead.
As Nihilus, you wanted to grab some breakfast and go to the library?
Yep.
As you shall go to the library. What is your plan while you're there?
How is it that past emperors don't have their decisions vetoed by the next emperor? Why do some things stay when other people pass on? You know.
As you do as such, give me an investigation roll.
There's a new bubble tea place downtown, and I had them deliver me bubble tea. First, I
Delicious.
feel obnoxious. Dude, this is actually really great.
Never had bubble tea.
Like, oh no.
With an 18, looking through all of these, legally there seem to be very few avenues. It seems like the Emperor is functionally all-powerful. Besides for the original decrees and precepts that led to that grant the Emperor their authority and the various branches, the first, the second, the Emperor, the second, the Empress, the head of the church, and the head of the academy, all of their individual authorities, which basically just says that they are the Emperor cannot revoke these powers from the individual, like, from the position. Of course, they can always revoke the individual. But for precedents that have stuck around beyond an individual Emperor, the key thing that you're able to pick up is popularity.
So certain laws only stick around because it's a popular opinion amongst the nobility.
Yes, that the people who control view it with more problematic that it be gone than any way for the next emperor to be prevented from doing it in the first place.
Is there anything preventing an emperor to instill a new house, a new voice, essentially? Like,
not really, though, depending on what you wanted that new house function or voice to do, would be dependent on what powers lie with the others, as the other branches can't be robbed of their authority.
I need to learn what the other branches' actual authorities are.
Which, well, for you being an educated Dark Knight, you know, the noble houses are basically the speakers of the people.
Yeah.
The Academy speaks on matters of education for and management of magical individuals, what spells are legal, what ones aren't, things like that, outlawing necromancy, etc.
You know, it's technically outlawed.
The second is in charge of military and decrees related to that. And then the Empress, which isn't always the same individual, but quite usually is. Emperor, their married option is also the head of church,
I see.
as they manage and organize spiritual matters and tend to the soul of the population.
But not always.
Yeah,
Cool.
sometimes the Empress and this person are two different people.
Okay. I want to give the mundane people a voice in the decisions of the Empire. Is that taking away from the nobility or just adding another voice to the already cacophonous group that is the noble houses?
From what you can see, giving them a voice directly, given how things are written, would step on the toes of the nobility. It would depend on exactly what powers you are giving the commoners, etc. And
This is a fucking trick.
it is something for Nihilus to consider, as you're looking over all of these. Inevitably, I take it you would go back.
Once he feels like he's gotten enough to think about for now.
As Kijo, you would come back to the tavern with a sweat-drenched Juliet looking completely exhausted. Please! Water! Food! I'm gonna die!
Bathhouses.
Yeah, after. I need to eat. I'm gonna die. Please. Please try and save me.
Is this karma?
I have done nothing wrong.
Have you? Yeah, I guess not. Passes water.
She will greedily guzzle it down. As Kijo has a smile on her face. Completely fine. Very happy. Just did her morning exercises. Feeling good about herself. Got the blood pumping.
Really, Kijo, I said be gentle with her. Look at her. I'm surprised she can barely stand.
As once more, Nihilus, you will return. I don't know how I'm standing. In fact, she just lets herself fall into the nearest open chair. Oh gods.
If it was any other circumstance, I would say you had a good morning. But I don't think that's the case.
Exercise is the worst. Why do people do this?
To be fit and healthy. He just like flexes a muscle. And again, I've been slacking in some areas, back into some habits.
4 minutes, you say?
I
Why?
was carrying her until right before we came back inside. She lasted 4 minutes. Proud of her.
Why? With a little bit every day, you'll be pushing 8 minutes in no time, Juliet.
My
you
sacred
can raise
duty is to
10.
collect knowledge and guide the people of the Empire, not lift rocks. And run.
But how can you guide them if you can't even make it 5 steps out of the tavern?
She lets her face just fall into the table. Kijo gestures over at Trin like, they got a point.
Of course I'm right. As a future leader myself. How?
And I see it. You're resolved to go back to, well, that region of the Alliance.
As Kijo gives a dismissive, yeah wave. So,
Well-
Bella is next, yes?
Not quite yet.
You have to get a boat.
Well, that part I don't think will be as challenging as most. But no, I say we forgo Doma just a little bit longer, and instead head to Bolzna.
Osma.
Majna is the
there?
destination, but Doma is along the route.
There might be something that I very much so need from Suzaku at her shrine, and unfortunately it's located not in Doma, but in Bolzna.
Why there? Also, where is there? I'm not terribly well versed in the entirety of our world's geography.
And I intend to get you there.
Just like,
Well, thankfully,
pretend we-
Sakura takes out a map and rolls it out.
I was gonna say, rolls out map, points to where Bolzna is, right over there. Honestly, I was just as confused as you are to her that there was a very, very prestigious shrine to Suzaku in Bolzna. But it turns out, that, I guess the legends of Suzaku that are rooted out of Doma have more accuracy than Doma's actual legends. Which honestly, it's gonna take me a bit to cope with that, but now's not the time. It's simply a matter of that's where she ran off to. There's a deity bound in Doma Castle that we can probably take care of at some point, and I'm actually not fully Doman. That's
Uh-huh. What does that mean?
It means I'm only half Doman from my father's side, the former king. My
Oh,
late mother hailed from Bolzna.
as you are explaining, Ijo, what I mean to say is that the ports will be stopping at Indoma. As she traces her fingers along the map, she points out here and here, depending on which port is you guys leave from.
I see.
As you see her gesture to various places all along the map.
Yes, the route ahead of us, don't we? Well, I'm not opposed to stopping anywhere. I was ready to go see Doma, but if Bajna's the actual destination, I have no qualms with it.
I would prefer to stay away from the Doman mainland if we can. Just to offset any possible risks is all.
I suppose we can hold off on going to that Scion temple for a bit longer.
If we're to avoid Doma entirely, we'll need to cut through the Republic.
I'm in no mood to trounce through the desert again.
Well, what about this little islandy thing here?
So let's rid of all the extra lines real quick. You being a properly educated princess know that, well, this is the Isle of Doma. This is Doma proper. This is the city of Shirogane, and this is the Isle of Kagane.
Yeah.
Which, over time, Doma does not literally rule them, but their authority has basically been projected. They control the entire main island. They project authority to the merchant lords over there. And
Taiwan.
and use a lot of their authority to pressure even Bajna itself, though that one you're less aware of. That basically they are one of the key voices in the Alliance. When it comes to their authority, they directly control this island and functionally control Kagane.
Yeah, what they mean is just avoiding the main Doman Isle. Like, going to Kugane and then from there to Bajna is not something they're saying, oh, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Because cutting through the desert just to freaking bleh is just like, they don't too much like the idea either.
What are you talking about? You have so many rations of water.
We do.
I can create food and water. It's fine.
But the desert also sucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know of 2 ports from the town you saved, here. There's also technically here and here. And then along the way it would probably be wise to stop at one of these two ports, unless you're going way out of your way. This one.
Mm-hmm.
And then, whichever one you stop at, you'd be hitting Bajna proper down here.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, continue, sorry.
No, just like, I'm not against going to Kagane if it means we don't have to go into the Icky Republic.
So we're to avoid the mainland. Any particular reason?
We just don't have to go there just because it's on the way. Again, just trying to curb as many risks as possible.
I'm afraid
If-
someone will notice you if you step foot on Doman's soil.
Potentially. I'm not sure. Even if word of my disappearance hasn't truly left Doma, it's still a matter of going to Doma itself will pose the risk. If it hasn't reached Kagane, then Kagane is still safe for me to wander about in. It's not so much that I'm avoiding it, it's that I just don't see the need for the pit stop. I'd like to think that's pretty reasonable.
There's nothing wrong with your idea. Well, no matter where we go, there's much to be learned. So, if these,
Fair enough,
Mm.
princess.
I don't honestly really see what the matter is.
Oh, good night then.
Our issue right now doesn't lie in Doma, and if anything, going to Bajna should take a bit more precedence. It's essentially a means to an end. Without Suzaku's full blessing, I can't fix the problems in Doma the way I intend to. Simple as that.
Oh, you have a plan then? Oh god. More water, please!
Just the budding seedlings of some ideas. Not going to act like it's ready for reaping yet, so I won't spoil anything. I'm still in the working phases.
I mean, we could help out, right?
Mm,
Extra
I'm a,
perspectives? As he, looks around to everybody.
well, I just spent the better part of my morning looking over old imperial laws and regulations for my ideas. But we can always help.
Yeah, we could help.
I'm
It's,
sure out of everyone, Kijo probably has some ideas, being a Doman, right? As, Kijo, you're coming back with the water, Kato just shoots you an innocent smile.
yes, Kijo, impart your suggestions for how we save Doma. Fascinating. I know it's because Lynn's typing.
I don't know the thoughts of those who hold Doma's reins, but I know where many factions which want for allies and tensions have mounted.
If there are any allies you know, they probably want my head as much as you did.
Not yours
Mhm.
specifically.
Probably by proxy, you're right. The point is that if I'm going to be any sort of formidable opposition to not just the current acting ruler, being my uncle and the shogunate, I think it would just be better to have as much power that I can gain from Suzaku as possible by paying her a good visit. Maybe even understand a little bit of my mother's homeland. Excuse the sentimentality. I feel like a part of me owes that much to my mother, knowing now that everything about me was against her will.
Oh.
You... Well,
Oh.
I hardly mentioned that yesterday.
What?
Makes sense.
Was that Mimi?
What does she mean?
Well, it just has like a look on his face, like,
There's just like throughout the conversation, like Trin had a little bit of like a jeering smirk, trying to be like snarky. After saying that, it's gone, and they just look down and upset.
As you do, Kijo joins at the table and takes up a posture to listen.
Sure, I'll partake in my new sob story among many, I guess.
it's
Simply, I've learned from Suzaku herself that, well, it probably might not come to a surprise to you, Kijo, but Doma in and of itself is founded upon nothing but lies.
Kijo gives you a nod.
Suzaku, yes, was a deity, was a princess hailing from Doma that eventually, through, to sum it up, quite a catalogue of adventures, eventually reaching divinity, but after sealing away another by the name of Rubicante, she left business unfinished and instead fled to Bojna. That's where the blood of Suzaku went, and stayed until my mother was captured by the Emperor of Doma. And through means, Suzaku's bloodline came back to its rightful owners. And then once my mother was no longer needed, I mean, I didn't kill her or anything. She passed away through natural means, more or less, I think. But it explains a lot when I think about the relationship between myself and my father. Why I don't look like your normal Doman. Because full-blooded Doman, I certainly am not. I'm still somewhat dancing around it because, I'm still making sense of it. Does it satisfy you all? Everything about me has been a means to an end.
As Kijo seems to be thinking, but doesn't exactly portray a look of surprise, while Sakura seems to also not be terribly surprised, though. Juliet and Katsu seem pretty plainly disgusted by your revelations while a Hammer stands up. I think I need some air.
Oh, but I didn't get to the most fun part.
There's more.
I mean, I think we've all more or less deduced why Mateus wants me so badly. To do nothing more than what every other man wants to do with me. Pump a baby in me and reap the benefits. Isn't that fun?
And we will most certainly not be allowing that to happen. Yeah,
Yeah.
we won't. As Amber's gonna start walking out.
Alice just like looks at Trin and just I'm sorry. We'll go straight to Bajima.
Thank you. I'm sorry I've quite brought the mood down.
You haven't done a single thing. But I wanna go see what's up with him. And
Yeah.
maybe get Boko ready. If we'll get to that. Actually, I'll be back. And I was just gonna go after Hammer. Wherever he headed off to.
As you head out after him, not long after, you'll see him heading toward the heading toward the cart. As Nihilus, while you're about to head out, you hear, "If we're sharing revelations." Oh, no. Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, stop. He stops a little bit. He's like, later. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Besides, we should start getting ready to go, right? Or anything happens again.
Quite. Looks at the food that they've only like menially pecked at. Turns out I'm not really hungry after all.
That's fine. We can have something later.
No, I think just looks at Kijo reaching over, just pushes it. You can have it.
As Kijo, you reach over, take Trin's plate. As Nihilus, you see Hammer. He briefly stopped. He was making his way toward the cart until you see him stop next to a building with well, he's technically armed right now. He doesn't keep these far from him. As with the gauntleted fist, you see him just kind of strike the side of one of the nearby buildings. He leaves a pretty big hole in it.
I agree.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there.
Well, I imagine not. Seems like all you saw was red.
No, I'm fine. Just, a little more than just a hammer here now.
You've always been hammered. As long as that's who you choose to still be, I think. But I'm also quite angry about all that. Is everything all right?
I mean, I'm not really bothered by my old name or anything like that. not ashamed of it. As he like folds his arms thinking. But I mean, I like being called Hammer. Just understanding again how much I hated people like that.
We're gonna take care of it. We'll make a difference, though. Eventually.
Yeah. Guess I need to be more careful as he looks at the hole in the wall. Yes, I've been feeling a little stronger since I got these back. Flexing the gauntlet.
I'm curious to see what the whole suit really looked like. If it matched that statue at all.
We'll find out, right?
Indeed.
And we'll fix this.
We'll fix a lot of things. Oh. The city is going to be the hardest one, if you ask me. Maybe it will be Doma. Who knows? I've never been.
Ugh. Trevor will make sure everything gets done right. And so people don't get hurt like that.
Yeah. First, we help Trick. We help her fix Doma. Let me go from there. Maybe we'll kill some. Maybe we'll kill some of the other Scions along the way. You know, the ones that are causing all this chaos.
Yeah, right. As you mentioned Scion, he just kind of looks at the gauntleted hand again.
No, I don't mean you.
No, I know that, buddy. Just still sinking in.
I can imagine. Seems everyone's getting some pretty shattering revelations lately, huh?
Well, I mean, it is Ramu, right? We're hanging out at his house.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go get the cart ready.
I was going to do the same, actually. Just making sure that you were all right. If anything might have I maybe thought you maybe got more memories back, or it was just pure rage from that disgusting act
No,
by that shogun.
I basically remember everything.
Oh, I haven't told you. I might know where Excalibur is.
Oh yeah?
It's either in Limsa or Lominsa.
Oh, good. I'll have to stop by there, exact opposite direction of Bosnia, right? As he with his not gloved hand, he gives you like a playful punch. You feel a lot more force to it than you felt before.
More stronger. Between you and Huge, I'm starting to feel a bit inadequate. I'll look back to my routine.
Well, we can do it together, right?
Yeah, be a lot easier, I think, nowadays anyway. It's not a freezing every day. Not here anything.
Besides, we're always riding around the cart all day. Just taking some time to walk outside it might help you out, as he gives you another bump on the chest. Aaron, how many? You remember everything, right? Yeah.
Like every thing.
I mean, not perfectly. Like, I don't remember what I had for breakfast when I was 8.
Why did you? Why were you a part of the Corpse Brigade?
Because, well, I don't like the Empire.
The whole of it?
No, it's full of good people. It's how it's run.
I've had issues too.
And, well, you've had my good buddy in charge, but things weren't as nice before then, especially.
I remember the stories.
Well, to me they were a little more than stories.
Yeah. I suppose it's much different when you're. How long have you been the second?
Since he ascended. Before
What were
that,
you?
I was a Republic man, just a strong arm for a bit. Then I upgraded to being a scavenger, going into ruins until graded up to being a full-blooded adventurer. Started going around wherever I damn well pleased. Still, I got beat up pretty bad. And, he and Alexandra found me. Half dead. Their magic, she was able to put me back together and then some, and I started traveling with them. That answer everything, or?
I suppose for now, it's. I've just come to a bit. He just looks. Is this? Are we? Is it crowded, populated? Is there people around?
No, you're right. You're at the cart. It's a decent bit away from everything.
Cool. I just have come to. Well, not really a decision, but I found my resolve. If the Empire needs to be destroyed to make it better, then I'll be its destroyer.
Oh, that's some tough talk. Make sure nobody hears that.
I took care of little Eli, don't worry. You know he has a recording function?
What? No way!
Yeah. But we'll have to see. Nobility will fight me at every turn, I know it. Okay. I've never stepped down from a fight.
Well, me to fight it with you, right?
I'd hope so.
Hopefully everybody else.
We'll see what happens with Doma. If she wants to keep traveling or not. And if she can. Anyway. And Kijo. And Sakura. Do what they want to do. There's a lot in the Far East we got to deal with.
There's a lot to deal with.
Let's just try to narrow the scope a little while we can.
Of course. Problem at a time. First, we find a port, go sailing, probably stop along the way, and then...
I have never been on a boat.
What? No way!
I've been quite landlocked.
Wow.
I
Well,
wonder if it's bad as people say it is.
boats are great. Especially the endless blue and knowing if it sinks you'll be trapped at sea with no hope of reaching land in time before you drown.
That does sound fun.
Exactly! Get the blood pumping! Now, let's get this cart going. As you guys will get the cart ready. Back in the tavern, Trin, over the link pearl you hear from Kijo. But no rumors of the lost princess do abound. Many don't believe in it. But there is already stories. Some think you are dead, others think you escaped to stride a lover. Looks alongside at Kato, with her expression unchanging. Not too far off. Point is, the Doman people are angry, and more than that, they are desperate.
Hmm.
If Saku's blood came to offer hope, many would take that hand. I believe them foolish. But they would.
At some point, believe me, I do intend to return to Doma. I've, quite a number of plans and ideas, but first and foremost, I need whatever of Suzaku I can obtain. And then, I need to see where Doma's heart is. And from there, think of what I could do. Preparing for the worst case scenario. If it came to that.
Well, I mean, it certainly won't with us at your back, right? Got plenty of bright minds around here.
Yeah. That I do.
And Mimi's healing. Right, Mimi?
Eek.
Suzaku left quite a bit of work unfinished so long ago, so I think it's rather fitting that it falls on my shoulders to make it right again.
As Kijo, you lean
We'll
back.
be there to help you.
What did Mimi say?
And we'll be there to help you.
Yeah.
Actually,
Because your blood makes you responsible?
I kind of feel like it does.
I see. Mimi, where are you going?
I'm gonna go get a thing before we leave.
No. Sorry, not in character. Where are you going?
She's gonna go back to the catnip area.
You know it's at the top of a cliff face.
Yes, she has rope and a crossbow. She's gonna try and like fucking shoot ropes up there.
Okay. As you'll head out. Everyone else? Who wants to follow that one? I will get it this time. As Kato will start picking up and heading after Mimi. But for now, you guys here?
Don't get me wrong, I'm not thinking about all this or out of any sense of now it's an obligation, but it's also what could be best in the long run. Trust me, well, I can't ask you to trust me, but
It is.
I've, there are, there are a lot of routes that I've considered with the end goal of saving Doma. And, making things right by everybody who has been hurt. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if there were more people who wanted my uncle or the shogunate dead, myself by proxy, or whichever. I don't blame those people. When I ran away, I saw a good bit of what the people go through, and I didn't like it. But I also knew that the longer I stayed in Doma, the higher the risk of potentially being captured and shut even tighter in a cage.
As Kijo leans in, listening as you go on.
So, I guess, yes, I also didn't want to see it. And so I left Doma. I snuck in on a freight and got to the mainland here. And yeah, I got lost in everything again, but I want to believe that I'm finding my way back on the path. And I'm not gonna ask you to believe me or to put any trust or faith or confidence in me. But what I want from Doma is a place where people don't have to go through even the minimum of what you've gone through, let alone the worst. At first, I thought the absolute worst was just, well, it's a bit embarrassing, but if I was able to convince Professor Eli, I would give Doma to him. But I can't right ask that of him anymore, can I? That also would just be involving a complete outsider. I don't know. The idealistic idiot in me thought that maybe that would have a chance. I mean, everyone loves Lord Eli. But,
As you're going on, Kijo closes her eyes, still listening in.
I feel like I'm rambling, but, essentially, if it means dismantling Doma and building it from the bottom up again, I'm willing to do that. Monarchy or no monarchy. What made Doma great were her people. And once I truly see and don't look away from what Doma's become, then maybe I can start on the path of giving Doma back to her people again. And take the monarchy with me.
Are you willing to accept the suffering that will bring? Doma is broken, it is ravaged, its people destitute and desperate, but it's stable in its tyranny.
Well, I know. Dismantling everything is going to come with a lot of anarchy and resistance. I don't expect everyone to just take it all in stride. I...
As you're thinking up the words, you're able to pick up from Kijo's expressions. She is paying close attention to you.
I know that dismantling the monarchy and making Doma ruled by her people is a lot easier said than done. And in the end, there will always be bad radicals that will try to twist and take things in their favor. I don't know how to combat that possibility yet. That's also why when I was, I guess, more naive in my thinking of running off to save Doma, it's a bit embarrassing, I guess, saying that I had hope that the people could come together and figure something out, but I don't know.
Perhaps they could.
But clearly, for quite some time, before me, before probably even my own father, the aristocracy, the monarchy, has failed the people. But I'm willing to put an end to that.
I see.
I'm sorry. I'm rambling nonsensically. I still haven't. I don't have any idea what to do, Kijo.
If I may, Sakura speaks up. As
Yeah.
also you hear from Kijo. You are of course aware that I do not believe Doma, as it is now, is worth saving. As Sakura. My order, always led by a simple philosophy. Here lies evil. Destroy it.
You might not think that Doma is worth saving, Kijo. But it's not just the people that are currently in Doma. It's the people who come after. The ones who come after them And the ones after that.
As you hear, you misunderstand me, princess, as Kijo gestures towards Sakura. The land will remain. Doma must fall.
I know what you mean, Kijo. I know that. The player is also brain farting constantly because she really has to fucking use the bathroom and it's hard to concentrate.
Let's have a break. Let's have a break.
Yeah, we can
I need a
bathroom
break.
That's fine. Go bathroom break. As we will return to this momentarily. As Mimi will cut over to you while Squeaky goes to die. As you're trotting off toward the hills, toward the spring to, you know, figure your way up a cliff face, as eventually a shadow falls over you.
Huh? What?
Hi!
You should be with Trin.
They asked me to, well, asked if anybody wanted to go along, and I don't really have a head for all that big politicky talk.
Same.
I know how to deal with a problem in front of me. Fight a bad guy, save somebody. I'm good at heroics, rest of it not so much. So, where are you heading off to?
Well, Trin is gonna be very stressed until we figure this out, and I don't think I have enough flowers with me to help. So I thought maybe if I get one with roots, we could have like a live one and just let it grow and just trim it every now and then, and we can keep having something help them at least not be so stressed. I know it's really not helping that much, but it's all I can think.
I mean, with how that stuff seems to affect Trin, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Even more, it's the thought that counts, right?
I guess. I mean, that does usually calm her down, and even after the effects, she will be more calm. So it can help if she needs a timeout or just needs to think.
Oh,
with
it
her
does a
mind,
lot more
you
than
know?
calm her down, as his cheeks are a little red and looks away.
She'll just look confused, like, wait.
It's nothing to worry about. So, let's head up and go pick some catnip, right?
Okay. So, did you know what it would do when you gave her the catnip?
He shakes his head violently. I had no idea that was catnip.
Kind of used to have it all the time. So, yeah, it was easy to spot.
I had no idea.
The thing is, because I kind of used to have it, I actually know at least a couple of ways to make it, so
That's good.
yeah, that should help.
It definitely seems to have a lot more of a bigger effect on Trin than the rest of us.
Yeah, it's
But let's get picking, right? As you'll reach the cliff, Kaja will pluck you up and start jumping.
oh, grab onto him.
As you'll quickly reach the top in a matter of like a few leaps.
Okay, this is way faster than what I was expecting to do today.
I'm really glad I learned it from that Dragoon. But guess I didn't really put in the hard work for it.
I mean, I wish I could do something like that.
I wish I could do half of what you do. Well, I have not seen a better healer.
Have you met other healers? Do you remember any others?
Yes, Lysandra was a red mage. Let her do a bit of healing. I was around the capital a little bit before Trin arrived. I saw plenty of healers in the arena.
I've never been to Arena. How was that?
Ah, it was exciting fighting monsters, and then, well,
Did you get to win any prize there?
they kept me fed and gave me a bed until, well, there was a fight with a criminal. Only they turned out not to be a criminal, and it might have gotten really bad if Trin hadn't been the one defending them. But, that's Trin for you. Being thoughtful and heroic in their own way.
Now they need our help, and we'll be the one defending them.
I have no plans on letting anything happen to Trin. Not now. Not when I can finally do things.
I wonder if maybe Nihilus could make some recipe with these catnip.
And
Do you think you can make brownies with these?
don't know. I'm not much of a chef.
Just in case, along with the plant we'll have live, we'll just pinch a few more just.
Well, I mean, we are here and there is plenty. And Mimi, we'll be helping you too, right? Just if you ever find any leads while we're adventuring, make sure to let us know so we can actually follow up on them.
Yeah, well, we did have that lead in Doma, but because right now it's not a safe time, well, we'll have to wait, right?
I'm starting to think, listening to them talk, they might have not meant the city, but the whole island. Kind of funny that they're named the same thing, right?
Yeah, it's kind of confusing.
But, I mean, well, not my place to ask. But if you had an idea, we could always ask and see if we can check something out, right?
She'll shake her head. Right now, Trin needs us, and we'll be there for her. The rest can't wait.
If you say so. Make sure it doesn't wait too long.
Well, we have the lead, and I mean, I don't think it will go anywhere, and if it does, well, we might find new clues when we get there. Right?
Yeah, well, remember what happened to my friends when I let it sit for too long.
She'll just force a smile, like, shit.
He does not smile back. But enough fretting for now. Let's get picking, right?
Yeah. Let's. Oh, that one looks pretty. Oh, wander off a little bit, like a little way.
As you guys will pick catnip for a bit.
I am back. I'm so sorry.
It's
As
fine.
we phase back.
It was taking mental power to like not die.
It's okay. We don't want you shitting yourself live on stream.
It already happens when you talk too long.
Fuck. I have to like find myself again though.
Well, I hope you don't have to go back to the toilet to find it.
No.
As with Squeaky returned, back at the tavern. I don't know if I am right. I am angry, and that anger guides me towards paths which call for violence. And violence is called for, so people motivated as I am are useful for now.
Of course, I'm not disagreeing with that, Kijo, but I guess this is where I'm just a stupid girl with stupid dreams, but the Doma, the best Doma that I could see ever happening is one that does not require a blade like yours. A Doma where everyone's voice is heard, where everyone's voice matters, not just the ones of people with power and might and money. Where it doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl. You and I come from different worlds in Doma. But our experiences are not that different. Yes, I grew in wealth and lavishness, but all I ever was a means to an end, an object, a key for something. The only one who ever made me feel any semblance of humanity was Professor Eli. That's when I truly realized that Doma has a problem.
I agree. The dome I wish for is one where someone like me could not exist. Once the revolution is over, the anger in me will see me stricken from that land I built. And I am fine with that.
In everything that I have learned from communing with Suzaku, the land that I want Doma to become might not need me. And with that, she is then going to switch from speaking trade tongue to specifically speaking in Doman. But obviously, for intents and purposes, and also because I'm not that fluent in Japanese, I will be still speaking in English.
Of course.
So if Doma must burn and fall, with Suzaku's power, I will light that flame and burn everything down along with myself. And when what once was Doma is gone and no more, then let whatever
Oh my god.
rises from
Awesome.
those ashes be what Doma becomes. I can only hope that what sprouts is The Doma of my dreams.
I see.
I will give my life for that. In hopes that I will not be needed. Should, and then just go back to trade tongue. Should that be the worst case scenario?
As you switch back, you both hear a very annoyed sigh from Sakura. You are both very short-sighted.
What do you, what, did you understand any of that?
Yes.
Fuck.
You.
How long have you known Doman, Sakura?
Oh my god.
It is very normal
awesome.
for me to know. It was a
God
part
damn
of our learning.
Okay,
Long
fine.
They make it a point to teach us many languages given our purposes to seek out evil and destroy it.
Okay. You've got me there. Fine. I'm fine.
From the way I see it, your plan absolves you of responsibility for whatever happens next.
That's still the part I don't quite like.
Our circumstances vary, Princess. I believe the resolve you need is that of life. If you wish to band people together, I need not another martyr. As I think in that brief moment, Sakura and Kisha's eyes meet with a look of just understanding.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said worst case scenario. I'd like to think that we don't have to turn to that, but I'm just letting it be known that if I must.
And you should know that a land always needs defenders. Giving the land a new life does not remove your place in it, even if your place is far from it. Do you think the Empire will just let us be quietly, especially while weak and vulnerable? What about the Republic and fascination with saving downtrodden? Do you want Doma to become a gilded cactar?
Of course not. I don't know. I guess I'm just more lost than I thought then.
I don't think so. I just mean a dead person loses their say in the future. And just because something is broken down means it also needs hands to rebuild it. So, that has never been the role of a Sin Eater. We find evil and destroy it. And that is our work. As Juliet looks around. So, I didn't understand all of that conversation, but I do have one thing on my mind about all of it. Princess. Altrinia. Trin. Buddy.
Yeah?
Doma's a part of the Alliance. What about the rest of it?
I don't know. The ears lower. I don't know.
I've only read so much about it. From how I understand, everybody has like their own little representative and talk about their problems in a circle, but then everybody kind of also decides what they do with themselves. What if they have a problem with the change, or they want the change? I mean, let's hope it's the second one, right?
I really don't know, Juliet. I haven't. I hate saying I haven't thought that far, but I really fucking haven't.
I mean, it's a lot to think about. We have a lot of problems, as is, especially here. I almost accidentally poisoned myself to death yesterday, right? As from Kijo you hear, the Alliance largely keeps itself safe through presenting a unified front. There are concerns with destabilizing Doma. There are also opportunities.
My general idea, not counting the worst case scenario, was hopefully rallying up enough of a resistance front with the idea of taking down the current pillars of Doma, one by one. With the final two pillars being the standing ruler, my uncle, and the shogunate. But first, we would have to do away with the weaker pillars. Some of the military families and heads of the certain branches of the aristocracy, the noble houses, and whatnot. Of course, doing some things like that can throw a bunch of things in disarray and destabilize things. But in the smaller victories, it could build morale, bring more people to the resistance.
As Kijo nods. And as long as the Empire and Republic are occupied, the Alliance can afford a period of vulnerability.
A part of me had thought that in sharpening my skills of diplomacy, even convincing the Alliance to help out in the structural change of Doma. But I also don't want to rely on that, because it could essentially end up accruing a debt. And things like a change in government, or even just a simple change of leadership, can throw a lot of things into an economic disaster. Not just in Doma itself, but some of its territories. The Alliance could choose to assist for a monetary fee of some sort. And I didn't want to potentially have to count on that. Keep it at home, I guess, as they say.
There are few saints in this world, and even if you want to keep it at home, that doesn't mean everybody else is interested in letting you.
Unfortunately, any knowledge of military that I've ascertained and come to is not anything I've had easy access to.
Yeah,
I don't
imagine.
even know if any
so.
of my ideas can work. Professor Eli was only able to teach me so much under strict supervision.
It's not impossible. I believe Bajna would rally to the cause, though other nations benefit from the current state of Doma. Exploitation yields much, Hijo says over the link pearl.
Mm. Hmm.
Though I do not believe they would act militarily to the revolution.
Oh no,
I
your
hate...
my bot has hiccups.
There we go.
Oh.
I hate dealing with the volume bar. I need to
Yeah.
like change that up at some point, but not right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just meant to turn it down a tick, and then it just was like, oh, you want it mute? No. They are turned foremost with their own defense.
I guess with that, I can kind of come a little bit clean as to also why I honeyed my words with the Princess of Finn. For better or for worse.
Oh, Trin, that's evil.
Look, the purpose was for the sake of growing the alliance, because should I have to fall back on them, I have already brought to them an ally, which would then help bolster my claim to further assistance. It is simply diplomacy and
And playing with a princess is hard.
That's not what I meant to do. That was never, ever in the plan, and I do plan to set that right.
As you also
For as
hear.
ben-
So you're
for
not
as-
so you're saying you're not interested in other girls? Why, I never, as Kijo feigns gasping.
It is something I intend to set straight, whether it be for the greater benefit or the greater detriment. Right now, I wasn't able to because I didn't know where Kaze stood in all of this. Especially when I found out that they knew who I was. You can't blame me.
Oh, I wasn't blaming you. I never. As Juliet and Kicho share a look. Like shit-eating grin on Juliet's face. Scandalous.
You all think the absolute worst of me. I've told you all that I found out I was essentially a rape baby, and this is how you'd all treat me? You're all cruel. Gets up.
Yes, you hear from Kicho. Guilty. I mean, what are friends for?
Mm. I do plan to set that straight, just... I didn't know how bad it was until we got back to Finn.
Oh, I'm sure she'll be able to take it well. She's a smart girl.
Smarter than I was.
Oh, how
Probably
is...
still,
You
probably
sure
still
about
smarter
that? I
than I
mean,
am.
you were tutored by Eli. No better, right?
Mm. The ears lower again, just like...
But, unless we plan to stay here another day, should probably get everyone together, right?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, everyone else is wandered off.
Well, let's start locking down the cart.
Yeah, let's start getting it settled.
And, gently nudges Kijo. Besides, once everyone's together, you had some news, right? As from Kijo, you hear, even if you aren't interested, I imagine she is. Convince her father you could have 2 thrones. Imagine that. Queen and Empress.
There's just an unimpressed look from Trin. It's just like, no.
I mean, if we rush, you could still talk to Ramu, we go find Ifrit again. You could have 3!
No. No.
Ugh. Not nearly ambitious enough.
I have no plans of ruling all of this. Points at the map of the Empire.
Yeah,
And-
we very briefly go to the map to imply you would own.
Yeah, I'm not interested in owning all of this, and I'm sure the Princess of Finn, knowing her land and having probably better opportunity than I was when I was being raised and taught. I'm sure that she could lead Finn to something great. She just needs the chance.
So, anyway, what do y'all think of the Corpse Brigade? Kijo asks, shifting the conversation. I mean, basically terrorists?
I murdered a couple in cold blood.
They're fine enough, Sakura says. As Kijo looks actually surprised at you. That bad?
They were looting a village close to Ifrit's shrine that was being set ablaze. Ifrit was compromised by Matthias. And while people were dying in the streets and some fleeing their homes, the Corpse Brigade decided to take advantage of that matter and started looting everything. And then they spoke of revolution. And I was still very shaken up about Matthias, so I got very carried away. Not my proudest moment, okay? I'm not proud of it.
I see.
So, yeah. Not the best impression of the Corpse Brigade from what I've seen. It's all I've really seen of them.
Hello there.
So, hypothetically.
Hypothetically. Yeah, my burgies are soggy. Oh.
What a tragedy, Soggy Bergie.
No.
It sat for too long, now the bread's all soggy.
Say you could get to Bajna much faster, but you had to go into a corpse brigade stronghold.
Man, I can only hope that the member that I accidentally let get away doesn't recognize me and tell them all that, hey, it's the one that murdered freaking Bill, Bob, and Ted in cold blood.
So that's a no. Noted.
I'm going to have to put on another glamour.
I don't really see a problem with it, so long as we don't see them causing trouble. I'm fine with it.
I'm not. I'm not against it. I'm probably just not going to like it.
Probably will. Probably cause us trouble, at least for a bit. Oh, then we can deal with the trouble. We're a bunch of very capable people, right? Right? They're a panicky bunch.
Well, if it gets us to Bajna, then all means to the same end.
Let's get going then. As you guys will head out. You'll find Hammer and Nihilus at the cart getting it ready. Shortly after, Mimi and Kato will arrive back with some catnip. As also, before we go along, Rollstream, that was an hour ago. Thank you for the follow.
yeah.
Wombat, thank you for the follow. I'd like to think the party's winning. Denzu, thank you for the follow. Dr. Pepper, I saw you in there. Hope you're comfy and enjoying the show. Thank you for giving Din a tier 1 sub, and Din, thank you for giving them a tier 1 sub. You're both sweethearts. As finally, all of you are gathered at the cart, prepared, ready enough to go.
I'm ready.
As most of you hop in. Say goodbye to Ramu Shrine as Katu fucking dies. What you say? Thank you. I really need to get voice mods set up. I've been delaying it too long. There's so many treasures to be seen. So, guys, what path are you taking?
Where's Ramu's shrine again?
You
On the
guys
map?
are right here. Where the lines... Yes, I know that's where you're going. So you want to just go straight to the mountains?
So
Yeah.
we go west, and also here Jake have this.
Oh, you're doing a thing? As I guess since you're doing this, you guys will start heading west like this. And then you gave me a heads up for what this was. It will go like so. And then from here, where would you guys like to go?
I see a port here.
Correct. There are three ports. You have not been to this town. This is the town where you killed Godos, and there is a port there. And then there's another port over here.
This one is closer, so.
Yeah, so if you guys want to take like the most direct route, you can go like right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then head Like so.
Take Kugane and go to bed.
Like so.
Yeah.
As using this mighty card, you guys will be taking off roughly midday. As for the first day of travel, you only get so far, but mid the second day, Kijo, we're going west for a bit. As after a bit of traveling, Kijo will jump off the cart and start heading in their own direction.
What? Kijo? Did we notice this?
Yes, it's very transparent. As you guys hear over the link pearl after a little bit over here.
Did
Yeah.
You, okay.
As you guys with the cart and Boko follow Kijo, as you guys were sticking close to the mountains but not really going up into them. As Kijo stops at what looks to be a grave marker in the middle of nowhere. As besides the site and the closeness of the mountain itself, all around you is just plains for miles. As she looks over it for a bit and seems to be contemplating. As you all watch her do this. As a bit longer, she'll point a little further west, but also southward toward the mountain.
Where are we going, Kijo?
As Kijo, you'll keep leading them. You want to get there faster, yes? You guys hear over the pearl?
Probably, yeah. I wouldn't hurt to save some time.
Yeah.
As with the grace and guidance of Kijo, you guys will keep going along, again, slowly getting closer to the mountain ridge. And Nihilus, you said you think better of the Quartz Brigade now, correct?
Soggy Burgy is why I hate
have
bread.
I have a slightly less negative opinion of them as of late.
It's a little bit off the ground, is what he's trying to say. It used to be on the ground. The bar was low. Oh, I hate bread.
I feel like this is leading into something.
Try not to kill anyone for no reason. Yeah, I know, Princess. Kettle and all that. Let's go.
Oh, gods above and below.
I wasn't even going to say anything about that.
As eventually you guys will reach a steady incline along the mountain line, and it will lead to, well, it looks like the start of a mountain path before you hit a landslide. The path looks functionally destroyed, but Kijo turns you guys in a different direction as you come across a decently sized cavern entrance. Large enough for the cart is more what I mean by that.
What is this thing here?
As when you guys like think back to when you were approaching it until it was directly in front of you, it was not an intuitive spot to see it from. You had to like go up the mountain, you had to go behind a few ridges. It was pretty well secreted away. Actually, more hidden than I thought it would be. Makes sense, you hear from Kijo. I wonder how many are watching us.
I wonder how many are dumb enough to try something.
Shall we?
Already this far.
Yeah.
As you all head into the cavern. Inside, for even those of you who are not super what is it called? Geologically knowledgeable. It is pretty distinct that this place was hand carved and dug. As you're going through, you notice branching paths. As Kijo, you see a few markings on the wall, and through your own personal knowledge of the Corpse Brigade, are able to discern which way to go. As soon enough, heading through the mountain, it starts to open up into... I think it would be fair to call it a hamlet. A small group of people. A little scattering of buildings. It doesn't seem like the place is that populated. But there is a decent amount of people here. All of them, well, in what would be familiar garb to a few of you from the bandaged up folk back at the burning of Ifrit Shrine. But as you do... Did I accidentally delete all their figures or something? I'm not seeing them in here. Ah, rip. Faster route. Now obviously, this sort of place is incredibly secret. And if you sort of go telling others, I may be honor bound to make your mouths a lot more like mine. But you'll be fine, I'm sure. As Kijo takes the time to clarify, as a few rough-looking people start heading up to your cart.
I have no interest in such things at the moment.
Hey, who the hell are all of you? We weren't expecting anybody here for, well, not for a long time. As Kijo, you wave. They look you over. Oh. Adventurers? Certainly don't look like an Imperial, though, looking past the cart. So that's a very fancy cart you're riding around in. So, what do you want? Unless you somehow thought you found the dungeon, I suggest you head back. We're not looking for trouble, and don't want no trouble. As you start moving around, gesturing as though you're talking. Unfortunately, they start looking at you confused. As you head back, you grab a notebook out of the cart. It's been a while since you had to use it, given you've been mostly talking to the party. As all of you are watching this display, by the way. As you start scribbling down on the paper. I'm Kijo of the Yokai. We're heading through to Finn. As the first one looks over the paper, scratches their head. Hey, Terry, you can read, right? As he hands the paper off to the guy next to him. Kijo the Yokai. Never heard of you. But you're heading through to Finn. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem, right? I mean, they're heading out of the Empire, not in it. As they hand the paper back to you. How'd you know we were here? You can tell us that much at least, we won't have a problem. As for you in the cart, Boko fluffing herself up, just chilling for the moment. You do notice the third guy being a little antsy. He's got like a hand on his blade, his fingers twiddling on it. Very nervous look on his face.
Who was driving the cart? I'm guessing Kijo.
I was guessing
Right.
you. She was guiding you.
Okay. You know, just like looks at that guy. And just starts looking at and just his gaze glances over the others and is back to Kijo. He's just waiting.
As you do look around, there are quite a few more people down in the improvised town. As she writes out back at them, I learned some symbols from people I've worked with in the past. As he looks at it, he hands it off again. Oh. Well, I mean, if you worked with us, you can keep your mouth shut about this place, right? Do that, we don't got a problem? It's important to us that people don't know about this pass. All our time building it be a pain in the ass if somebody else ripped it out of our hands. As Kija, you'll agree to keep this place hush? As you put a finger to your mask to pull it down and open your mouth before giving a smile. They look a bit surprised, a little bit disgusted. The one back here almost goes to draw his blade as you move suddenly, but is like, oh. As ultimately they nod their heads. We've got like an empty house or two if you want to spend the night, but otherwise, probably best to not stay too long. We don't have much to share right now that would be any good for you. And just make sure your people know. Otherwise, no problems. As they'll head back into the town. Kijo, you'll return. You guys were able to faintly make out the conversation, mostly Nihilus being outside the cart. You guys will be able
Good
to
job.
potentially stay the night in this little cavern town if you want, or you can try pressing straight on through.
What time of day is it?
You're underground.
What time of day was it when we entered the cave?
I'd say roughly from your travel, half a day. So you woke up, it was afternoonish.
I'd rather us just continue our way through.
Everyone else?
Yeah, no objections.
Same, she'll just agree with whatever.
As
Easy.
they need supplies. Could probably make some friends by sharing some. Should that be of interest, Kijo says, looking over at all of you.
We have a lot of
Hey.
water.
I'm okay either way, and I can make food and water. So.
Damn it. No.
Water is hard to get here.
I can part with a couple barrels.
Technically speaking, you have a barrel of it with how much water is actually per skin.
This barrel.
But no, if you want to impart food and supplies, you have your numbers on your sheets. Just tell me the amount.
Wait. 2. No. You get a water. No.
A single water in these trying times.
A single water. I could give them half the water and half the rations.
All right, so 15 of each.
Yeah.
Or do you want to give them 16 rations just to make your numbers even?
Yeah.
All right, so 16 days of food and 15 days of water. As thankfully for you guys, I haven't had to have you subtract these in ages because you have Mimi.
No, it's all in part food too.
How much you given?
Half of his, so 5 rations.
No water?
Water's hard to come by.
As you guys will roughly hand off 20 days of food and 15 days of water. As you basically just give them half the barrel. Well, thanks for that. We appreciate it. Just so you guys know, when you get to the other side, it's a little town, nothing special. Called Kazis. Just, no. We got some people sitting in the little castle there. And, otherwise... Hold on. He'll like fumble around a little bit. Scribbles down a note. Hands it off. This'll just let them know that you're not there for trouble.
What was the name of that place that the princess gave to us?
She didn't actually ever give it to you, but that is the place in question.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, just, Also, mind the tunnels. Some of them are trapped for obvious reasons. So,
Appreciate it.
your leader here, motioning to Kijo, knows the symbol. She'll have no problem getting you out the right way.
We have nothing to fear with Kijo around. You're right.
As Kijo, you smile to yourself, enjoying this misunderstanding on their part. As with that, is there anything else you guys want to do in the little town, or continue on your way?
Mimi gonna ask if there's wounded. She'll heal those.
No, though somebody's a little sick if you want to take care of that, but it's nothing we don't have medicine for.
Well, you might need the medicine for something more important later on, though, right?
We're not gonna say no to the help.
He.
As you'll be able to heal them. They just seem to have like a little bit of a wheeze. But with that, you guys will continue on your way. They have given you warnings about the traps. They told you about the fact they have men in the town that seem to be a different group, but with that note, it'll clear up any misunderstanding. And you guys will continue on without resting in the tunnel, as by the time you reach the exit, you're up on the mountain ridge, looking down on the town in question. You're able to see it basically clear as day. As there's a decent run of forest carrying out next to it, and a path that seems to be up between the ridge and the forest heading southward. As with this site is where we'll be stopping for tonight. As next game, you guys can go down into the town proper, see what's going on, and continue on your merry way as you're gonna head to the port, and from there to Khaganate, then to Bajna. Honestly, went a lot better than expected, though. Thought for sure one of you would try to kill someone. As Kijo is,
If we didn't, if we were going to Ramuh's shrine through here, it might have been a different story.
I could have just went like. La, 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 la.
Unfortunately, we're wrapping up game. But yeah, you guys are finally out of Ramuh's shrine, free to go on your own way to Bajna, and from there you'll have a grand old time. One step closer to revolution.
Baby steps.
I strongly considered just dropping 3 cards back to back. Place, ambush, advocate.
That would have been a hell of a time. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you guys had some nice talks today. Got all your stuff done in town. And are off to your next leg of your adventure.
Yeah.
I love being able to like doodle out your guys' adventure path so far. It's fucking funny to look at.
Yeah.
Like, you guys started here, you went to the capital, went off to a little town, then back to the capital of Fynn, then back to to head over here to meet Hecate, then to the capital of the Empire. and all the way to nice little
We're
Ifrit
about to
Shrine.
go into Fin Post Raya. That'll be interesting to see.
Well, yeah, I wonder if the stalling worked or not.
Yeah, no, that's a big thing of, it depends on if you guys are gonna head back to the capital to see if you can procure a ride, or just head to the port and take off. But, the most direct route you guys have, you can just skip by all that, depending on what you want to do, obviously. But no, I just love looking at it as you started, you know, on the edge of Fynn, went through Fynn and back, then into the Empire, then out of the Empire through the northern exit to the Republic, then got teleported straight to Fynn, then you went back to Hecate again, and then over to Ramu Shrine, and now you're heading over the mountains to go through Fynn from an area of Fynn you haven't been in before, and then hit Seabound for the first time in this game. I don't know, it's just a little
And
thing
Fin
to
will
me.
be the place we go for the final dungeon. That's why it's called Fin.
God damn it.
But no, I don't know, it's just a cute and fun thing to me of seeing, like, your guys' adventure path. You went everywhere based on your priorities, it makes perfect sense. It's not like, oh man, you got dragged all the way, to out here for no reason. But it's just fun seeing, like, priorities calling you guys to various locations.
Yeah.
As for everybody in the chat, thank you so much for hanging out today. For those who ended up joining in late, you can always watch the rerun of this, and it will be up on YouTube in a few days. And for tonight, we're gonna send you guys off to the Goblin King again. As they are playing some Warhammer, which I am looking forward to August because of it. It's not something I play in the stream, but I am looking forward to Immortal Empires as just a little thing to do.
I'm
And,
so goddamn excited for that.
I like the shenanigans of it. But yeah, for those of you interested, on Tuesday we will be having Runeterra Legends Rise again, as everybody had made their way to Piltover. So, you guys, otherwise, have a good week. We'll be seeing you again soon. Take care.
Bye.
Goodbye.